Alrighty, how's it going, everybody? I am swarmed by computer parts here. Just making sure everything's good. Quick little sound check for everybody in the chat. Looks like we got a couple people already. Thanks for joining in, guys. And I'm swarmed by computer parts, so if I can just get a confirmation from anybody that's there that everything sounds and looks good, and we'll get underway with all these PC builds. All right. Can't even hardly see my monitor for the stream. Audio is good. Oh, good. All right, cool. So this kind of was a last minute stream for me. I've been really busy in the holidays, and I have, as you can see, I'm still busy. So, you know, work and then also doing the PC Tech Hustle thing. So we got 3 builds today that we're going to be doing. We've got to my left, your right, a $1,200 build that has a very strong white theme going on, so it's going to look really killer awesome. And then these two here are pretty much very similar builds, and they're about a $700 build, $700 to $750. And I need to get them done and in the hands of the owners slash, you know, who they're going to be going to for Christmas presents. And yeah, so some lucky kids getting some awesome gaming PCs for Christmas. And I got the tall task of basically getting it built before then. So I'm going to clear off this table. We've got a lot to basically take on. I just kind of want to start out with everything on the table so you guys can see what we're dealing with. But I'm going to focus on building the white one here first. You get these other 2 things off the table and ready to go. So I'm going to try to not get things, you know, out of sorts while we get ready here to build. And feel free, guys, I'm just buzzing around in and off the camera while I do this. Also, just want this to be a fun hangout time. Hopefully everybody is now settled into their Christmas breaks and, you know, spending time here watching me build some PCs. But definitely want to keep the chat open as dialogue. You know, if you guys want to, you know, discuss PC building, have questions, etc., you know, feel free. I mean, this is what we're here for. And you guys are just hanging out with me as I do the work. All right, I'm probably going to get some parts out of order, but I'm going to try to keep them together here. I'm just placing them off camera on my other table here, just giving myself more work than it's necessary, but that's all good. Get this case off here too. I need to find a place to put this. I'll put it right here. Oh, we already have a question by Diamond Trooper. Short question: why does my PC post without the GPU but not with? Or I'm sorry, did I read that right? Why does my PC post without the GPU but not with? But with not post without. So you're saying, I'm trying to. Did I read that right? Why does my PC post without the GPU but with not? So it sounds like you're trying to post without the GPU in it. Is that your question? And it will post, but if the GPU is slotted in, it's not posting. Is that the question? I'm just making sure I understood. Wait, are you also on Twitch? I am not on Twitch. I'm definitely. It's just one of those things that I haven't really put the time into yet. I think eventually I will go to Twitch and just multi-stream, kind of like how like a Zach's Tech Turf does it, where he does his main stream. I think also like some other, you know, PC builder content creators do that, where they just restream it to other platforms. So I'd like to get to that point. Building 3 pieces is pretty good. Oh, just built my first ever LGA 1700 PC. Blind Tech says, nice, man. Awesome. Getting to do some new things. And thank you, sir, for joining in on the chat and the stream. Good to see you again. And Diamond Trooper says, so it doesn't post with the GPU, but without the GPU, it does post. Okay. Yeah. So funny. Make sure your cable, obviously the one that you're using for display, is all the way in socket. So we, in my last stream, had that problem. And it wouldn't post, actually. We were getting a VGA code. So make sure, for one, you know, the first thing that you do, make sure your cables are all the way in and they're tightly secured on the monitor and your GPU. Secondly, you know, I'm kind of curious, like, what's the history with that GPU? Is it a brand new GPU? It should just work right out of the box from any vendor, really. So I'm kind of curious, you know, the history of it. All right, I think now you guys can see me a little better. Got my ugly Christmas sweater on. Got the Christmas colors and lights and theme going on, and got my Santa hat. I'm probably gonna get really hot in this because it's a sweater, and this room gets warm, and it's not terribly cool even in Texas right now. Whoop, lost a part. Let me grab that. Don't think that was yeah, that. We're not gonna be concerned with that falling, but let me grab that. Oh, jeez, tight in here with all these parts. Okay, so like I said, we're gonna start with the white PC. I'm going to also get this big case. I'm really excited with this case, actually. I like this case. We'll talk about each individual part and kind of like why we chose them, what the intent was, etc. So this is going to be basically the only content on these builds, unfortunately, because, you know, it's still pretty busy with Christmas time. So that's why I kind of jammed everything in all at once. 3 PCs all in once, so I can get the work done. Diamond Trooper says, I bought it secondhand to RX 570 for flipping. Yeah, there could be some things going on with that card. I would say if you have a possibility to see if you can get some other type of VGA card in there, meaning another graphics card basically, just to make sure, you know, you're not running into like a motherboard issue or something like that. I typically, you know, not everybody's gonna have this stuff, but have some, you know, basic only PCIe powered GPUs laying around just in case if I'm suspecting an issue with a graphics card. So if you can possibly do that and you get a post, I might be leaning towards, you know, especially with it being secondhand, you might have a bad card. There's some, you know, you can, if you feel confident enough of tearing it down and seeing if you can see anything that's, you know, blatantly obvious with the card, that's an option too. So some things to, you know, it's kind of hard to diagnose on stream with you here, but you know, so maybe hopefully some of those pointers will help you out. I would definitely see if, maybe even if you get like a buddy that's got a GPU, hey, can I borrow your GPU for a second? I just want to test something on my motherboard, etc. or whatever. All right. Blind Tech says, I built LGA 11 5X 1200 and an AM4 and one-time build in an AM3 system. Now I'm trying something new. I might have an AM5 system. Cool, man. Yeah, so you looks like you're getting your hands on a lot of stuff. Okay, cool. And Blind Tech says, here in Florida, it's a bit chilly, probably around 70 degrees. Yeah, it's a little chilly here in Texas too. I live like in northern Texas, DFW area. But yeah, I mean, it got down, it gets cold at night, but it, you know, it warms up in the day still. We're not hitting our coldest weather yet. So, all right. So now that we've got the table accessible here, I'm just making sure I've got kind of all the things I need. Yeah, so let's start with this first build. This is, as you saw, the all white build. And speaking of AM5, we're on an AM5 socket for this one. So a B650, right? 650, yeah. 650 Elite white or ice motherboard. It's gonna look pretty awesome. Again, we're kind of after the white theme. So there was some areas where we spent a little bit more to maintain that kind of white. You know, it always comes with a little bit of extra tax if you're doing an all white theme build. Dennis says, I'm rather new to inventory, so don't have any other GPU, but I'll try it out. Yeah, I'd say like, see if maybe you got a buddy, like, hey, you know, tear it down, take a look at it, make sure your cables are all the way in, so all that stuff. So, all right, so we're gonna start with this motherboard. We're gonna go to overhead, just so, let me adjust that a little bit. Forgot to adjust that before stream. There we go. I do have a new overhead camera on the way. It's gonna be probably a little bit better. This one is okay. It's just a webcam, so there's always things to upgrade with stream. So we're gonna open this up. Actually, let's go full overhead so we can get a good look at that. And let me fix that as well. You guys can kind of see. I gotta zoom that in just a hair bit. There we go. Maybe go a little more. Perfect, looking good. Okay, so get the Aorus board open, and a gigabyte motherboard, nonetheless, you know, my favorite. Always really good boards. This is, a very, very fantastic looking board. I'm really excited about it. And there's some things that I tried to tie in with the build as well that we'll see later on in the stream. So everything else that's in here, we just got the Wi-Fi adapter that we can stick on top of the PC. You know, I'm just gonna leave it in the box for now. There's the quick connect thing for Gigabyte, which sometimes I use those, sometimes I don't. We'll get it out and give it it's kind of funny how they engineered this little quick connect thing when you could just honestly just put all the cables together. You don't necessarily need that. Like a lot of case manufacturers do that. Although I guess this is, you know, for the motherboard, so it's two different vendors that would be messing with that. Let's go main plus there. Okay, here we go. We're gonna get this out of the bag. Brand new. Here's the other thing that, you know, we're taking a hair bit of risk on is all these builds are pretty much, for the most part, most of the parts are untested. When we get to the other ones, we actually did have to take to the used market on a couple things and just made sure those were working because I did buy them secondhand. But yeah, most of this is going to be in the raw. Alrighty, got that motherboard out. I'll kind of put it right there. Okay. And it's going to be fun trying to maintain cleanliness as in building. In fact, I'm going to put this anti-static bag in here so that way I get that going. After 3 PCs, it's going to be tough to stay on top of all that. But here we go, motherboard on the box. If you guys are new to PC building, that's always a recommended thing just to kind of prep the board and get it ready. We got some beautiful looking white and silver accents. I think this PC is going to look diamond when we're done with it. So moving on to this next part, I forgot my tools actually. Let me grab a screwdriver and a knife to open some of these things. 1 second. We'll grab my trusty screwdriver here. Okay, got it. All right, so we're sticking, you know, to the AM5 platform, so that means we have to get a compatible chip. So right here we have the Ryzen 5 7600X. Does not come with a cooler, as you guys can see, and what you guys probably already saw off to the side, you know, we got an AIO we're gonna throw in this guy, mostly for aesthetic and completeness to the build, but also, you know, give some buffer room for upgrades in the future. So we're gonna get that out. This is gonna be probably, speaking of AM5 builds, I think around my 3rd or 4th AM5 build, so we're getting there. But the key difference is, if you guys don't know, the AM5 platform actually is now an LGA, so the pins are on the motherboard versus previous AM4, the pins were on the CPU. So I'm gonna take a quick sip of coffee here while I check out the chat. Diamond Trooper says, wait, for what are you building these PCs? So these PCs are clients or either friends or folks that I know that have reached out to me locally that are looking for a build for Christmas, hence the theme we got going on here, but a build for Christmas. And let me go back main real quick. And they, you know, we want to get these under the tree for some kiddos or themselves or whatever for Christmas gifts. So very cool Christmas gift if you ask me. All right, gonna get my coffee out of the way. Might have to step up the caffeine later on. All right, so we'll go full main overhead here. So I want to get that a little bit closer so you guys can see it a little bit better. So I'm gonna do a little more zoom. Come on, work with me here. 1 second, let me just fix this. Yeah, I kind of want to get that closer. That's looking good. Well, we might adjust in a little bit. All right, so I don't know if I have to take off these for the AIO mounts. Possibly, a lot of them tend to use these, so I'm gonna keep those on there for now. I'm just gonna open up the socket here, so just release the retention arm there, open up the socket carefully. As mentioned here, pins are on the motherboard. Let's get this CPU out of the clamshell here. So this basically, if you guys are used to PC building, this is no different than doing an Intel build where the pins are on the motherboard. And we're just gonna make sure we match up our triangles here. So the one thing I could say that is different with the AM5 builds is the labeling of the CPU used to be facing like that way when it came to AM4. Now they've adjusted where it reads, I guess you could say, as normal, but we've got our golden triangle here, and that corresponds to the one down here in the top left corner. Also, another pro tip here is just match up your notches here that you see on the side of the CPU. That'll correspond with the CPU socket. So we're just going to very gently drop this guy in. No force necessary. It is in. We give it a little confidence wiggle. All good there. Drop down the cover, and this plastic piece should just pop right off as we hammer down on the retaining arm. And there it goes. Ta-da! We have a installed CPU. We're going to keep this just in case. Actually, I'm going to throw that in the motherboard box. So if ever, and hopefully not if ever, but if ever, it needs to be RMA'd, he's got his cover he can put back on the socket. I'm sure this person will just reach out to me. That is the one thing, if you guys have noticed, and tell me in the chat if you guys are seasoned PC builders. Once you get so many out there in the wild, you start to become troubleshooting or hotline support sometimes if you got issues. I generally try to do that as much as I possibly can for free, especially if it's friends. But sometimes you gotta ask them to pay a little money out for your time. So don't let them abuse you. Blytech says, currently I'm painting my Zotac RTX 3060 shroud and backplate white for my white LGA 1700 build. Nice, man. I'm excited to see what that looks like. I thought about doing that for my my own 3080 that I have in my personal rig, but then I'd have to. I'm really digging the white builds. I really want to get to it. So I think my next personal build will be all white. I really like it, so I would have to possibly do some painting too if I kept that GPU. The Net Guy Reviews is in the chat. Thanks for joining, sir. 3 PCs. Are you going for some kind of record? Is this a 24-hour event? Yeah. They always like to give me a hard time about the my timing of building PCs. So yeah, this could be a long stream. I'd love it for you guys to stay the whole time, but I understand too if you got things you got to do. 3 PCs is probably, with interacting with you guys, it's probably gonna take me a solid 4 hours or more to do them all, barring that we don't have any issues. Cross my fingers that we don't get some Christmas luck for us. But yeah, this is gonna be a longer one. I mean, I usually only do 1 build, not 3 in a single stream. So let's go back to overhead here and take a look at what we're doing here next. So we're gonna get the RAM installed, and this is beautiful RAM. So we've got 32 gigs of DDR5. So obviously on this platform, it only supports DDR5. 6,000 mega transfers, kind of middle ground speed. Like, you could go faster, obviously, if you want to spend more money. Idea here is I was trying to set him up with 32 gigs, so he has plenty of headroom in the future, and all white themed, as we can see here, the T-Force Delta White. So let's get this opened up. Just trying to get it opened up. There we go. All right. Get one of these out. All right, and like with any PC that we're only installing 2 RAM sticks for, you want to put it in your primary slot. So that is actually the 2nd and 4th slot. Might seem strange when you would think it'd be the 1st and the 3rd, or 1st and 2nd, but this is how to do it properly. And we're just gonna give a firm push down on this. I think I got it on both sides. Yep, seems like it. Beautiful. And grab this other one. Put this in a 4th. With T-Force RAM too, very simple to know the orientation too. You'll have T-Force reading out on top just like this. So just another little pro tip. All right, RAM is installed. We're moving right along. Moving right along. Let's get this in here. Winetech says, who knows? Doesn't know it. Okay. I'm not at home right now. My mom is talking to a sibling. Blah, blah, blah. Okay. You guys are just chatting. Got it. All right. Next thing here, we have our hard drive, or our NVMe SSD drive. So I wanted to make sure too we had some good speeds and also some good capacity. So we're on PCIe 4 drive here. So spent a little extra just to make sure we have good capacity. I have had some PCs come back recently, and if you guys noticed my 2 shorts ago, we had a PC come back that had a hard drive that needed upgrading, but we also wanted to maintain the SSD that was currently in there. So, you know, sometimes it's good to spend a little extra on an SSD just to give yourself a little more storage buffer. I am getting hot in this sweater. Whew. Let me go back here. All right, so what we're gonna do here, and I guess since we're down on the board, I'll go back to the scene. We're gonna get this going here, and I think this is, okay, it is screwed down, so I think my screwdriver will grab it. Or do I need a smaller one? No, got it, perfect. So this isn't a tool. I thought for a second it was a toolless design, but this one is not. That's okay. All right, so we're just going to get that out of the way for a moment. This did come with an extra little M.2 screw, which we don't necessarily need because it's already attached on the motherboard. Let me just open this off to the side. All right, and our little stick of gum drive, the Crucial P3 Plus, PCIe Gen 4, 2 terabytes going in. This is real simple, kind of like RAM. You just line up the keys, can only install it one way. We've got it lined up, and just give it a firm little push in. There we go. Now the toolless part actually is for the drive. See how it is kind of sticking up a little bit? A little hard to see, but maybe I'll turn it this way. Oh. Someone just rang my doorbell, and dogs are going to go insane here. Let me see if I can... There we go. Maybe that'll help. I hope not too loud for you guys. All right. So we got that installed. Getting distracted by my dogs barking. So this one does have a toolless mechanism where you can secure the drive down. There we go. And then we're just going to pull back on the cover for the sticky, the cover for the heat pad here. There we go. Sorry about that, guys. Dogs barking their heads off, and I can't even think of what I'm trying to say. All right, there we go. Screw that on down, and now we've got the drive installed. I'm gonna go back off sound cancellation because I feel like the mic sounds a little bit louder and better without it on. I was just trying to prevent lots of loud dog noise for you guys. All right, I'm gonna get this out of the way. The motherboard is basically prepped, so also gonna get the rest of the other things out of the way so we have plenty of space to work with. And that's just gonna go sit over here where you guys can't see currently. All right, I'm getting toasty with this. This room heats up with all the lights going on and the streaming PC running, and yeah, so wearing a sweater. You know, I'm sacrificing for you guys. All right. Joe Panico says, if hopefully I pronounced that name right, Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas to you too. Thanks for joining in. Hopefully this is some entertainment for you on your Sunday before Christmas. Blind Tech says, I love the way how you can install the M.2 with these new motherboards. Yeah, it's so great. Like the new motherboard, as you guys saw, I don't know if you were able to hear me too well with the dogs barking, but has that little plastic retention arm that just secures it down. This board actually does have room for 2 more drives. So we got plenty of expansion. Like this is a PC that I really wanted to have future proofing in mind. So we spent a little extra, and there we go with that. And sweet, pronounce your name right. Thank you, sir. Okay, so now we're basically ready to bring the case in and get the motherboard installed. I'm gonna wait on the AIO just to see how it's gonna orientate after I got the motherboard down in the case. So we're gonna do that next. Put the motherboard off to the side and get the motherboard box out of the way as well. I can put that stuff here. Beautiful. Stacking the other parts on top of the other PCs right now. All right, bring in this case. Here we go. Love this case. This is a pretty full featured case for the price. I think we spent like 75, maybe 80 bucks on this case. And now I'm trying to remember. It's a Montech. I'm trying to remember the exact version. Do I have the case box somewhere? Maybe it says here. Just want to so you guys know. I didn't have time to link all the parts. I'll go back and do that on the VOD afterwards. But what is this case version? Let me just check. See, what I'm seeing is the Montec XR. So the one that basically is kind of more of a aquarium-like. This is very popular now with PC builds. So I kind of wanted to also maintain that kind of look. This one's for a kiddo for his very first gaming PC, so he's off to an excellent start. And so I wanted to kind of like really tie in some of the new design elements with the newer, more popular stuff. So definitely has that aquarium look. We've got glass on the front and the side, got some intake fans on the side that are pulling in through some perforation on the back, pulling that in, kind of almost like. It says very Lian Li 011 dynamic kind of feels to it. It's a little bit taller and more narrow, and it's not as wide because in those cases they mount the power supply out back in it, so it's not a dual chamber case like the Lian Li ones are. And man, they got this thumb screw on tight. There we go. So I'm just taking off the back panel here so we can access the bonus hardware that should be coming with. So get that here. I don't know if these are captive or not. I think they are. They're not going to fly away. Cool. All right, there we go. And then we got, nice mesh filter here that can, my best suggestion, pro tip here, is anytime these are dirty, just run it under your sink for a little bit. Get it, just blast out all the junk that's in there, wash it down the drain, let it fully dry out, put it back in. I really like that cleaning method for those types of dust filters. Alrighty. And we've got our accessories. This is what I was trying to hunt down. It's tied down on the auxiliary drive thing here, back here. Yeah, this case is really well done. I like it a lot. Lots of features. Plenty of extra zip ties. Wow, they sent me like 10 in here. That's awesome. Yeah, we got a lot of stuff here. And let me get this open because we want to get some screws out of here. I'm seeing some names I haven't seen some before, guys, so I'm definitely really appreciative of you joining the stream. If you have and just haven't spoken up before, but show of hands, who's new to this PC Tech Hustle streams? Just kind of curious what kind of... I did kind of throw this out here last minute, so I didn't give it a whole lot of time to cook in as far as getting it out there, but I tried to as fast as I could. All right, we're looking for motherboard screws. There they are. They also have these labeled very nice. So this is motherboard and SSD screws. Very nice. Even comes with a little microfiber cloth for wiping down the glass. How nice. I like it. So I'm gonna put all the other stuff off to the side. And I do like that the screws are actually silver screws for this motherboard because as you guys can see, we have lots of white and silver going on. So man, that actually kind of helps add to the aesthetic we're going for. That was by chance on my part. All right, so got to figure out now how to get the rest of the glass panels off. I'm gonna go back to the main scene for that. I've never worked with this case ever, so I am making the discoveries as we go. I think, is this just pop off? Kind of feels like it, looks like it. I want to be careful, but I think it just pops off. Cool. So it's just got this tape here holding the side on. Let me grab that out of here. Ah, that's tough to get off. Come on, get started. Don't want to use a sharp object, so I don't have to do it this way. Yikes. There we go. Got it started. I don't want to rip off the plastic either. Gotta let the kiddo do that for when he gets it. But I think that was holding it on. This one's good. All right, let's see. Is this? Oh, I think it might just be magnetic. Yep. There we go. Oh yeah, it's the pressure. Little nubbin mounts that pressure fit into the side of the case. So there we go. I don't think we need to take off the front, although It looks like we can pull that away. It looks like it's mounted the same way. So I might go ahead and do that just to make building a lot more easier and accessible. So let's see if we can just pull that off easily as well. One thing I didn't like about, I recently built in a Lee & 11 Dynamic Vision. This has very same vibes to that case, but to get the front panel glass off, it was like 12 screws. It was a pain in the butt. I never took it off in stream, but I actually had to take it off later when I was doing cable managing. But yeah, look how easy that is. I love that. Beautiful access. So this one's got Lee & Lee beat in that realm. Put that off the side. Okay. All right, take a quick sip of water here because I am getting toasty in my sweater. Happy Koala says, aquarium cases. Yep, it would be funny to have a slim aquarium set right beside this with the blubber ABS goopies and work on going with the see-through case on the other side. I was like, what? Okay, no worries. I appreciate you hanging out. I'm not the best at, I typo a lot too. Autocorrect gets me a lot. All right, so we're gonna lay this down just like this. This actually is gonna make installation of the motherboard even so much easier. So let's go back on main overhead. Yeah, there we go, perfect. And looks like we've got all the screws already, or standoffs already in place. So this is just gonna be a drop right in. Nice. White and silver, I love it. Cool. And we've got that all lined up. Make sure we're not binding up on these fan cables up here. Beautiful. All right. Motherboard screws is next. I'll go back to this scene here real quick while I get this rolling. A bag within a bag. So I'm just going to rip this little tiny one open, and then we'll put whatever we don't use back in the bigger bag. Nice. All right. All right, so let's start on the middle screw. For you seasoned PC builders, what screw hole for the motherboard do you like to start with? What's your preference? Do you have a preference? I think I YOLO it and kind of do whatever almost every time. Just find a good place to start and go. Ideally, probably good to start in your corners, right? So that way, you know, if you got anything off, you can adjust. But this is and there's where I need to adjust a little. Looks like I'm slightly off. Should have done it. Should have taken my own advice. Just gonna back these out just a hair bit because I got to push on it a little bit right there. There we go. We'll start one of those corner ones. Make sure that is in there. All right, move on to this one down here in this corner. Okay, and we can tighten these ones back up. Ta-da! All right. Anybody got any big Christmas plans? Anybody doing any traveling? Just staying back home? What are y'all up to for Christmas? Me and myself, me and the family are just, luckily, my wife's side of the family and my side of the family all live basically in the same town. So Christmas is at least easy in that regard where we don't have to go far. We just stay at home. Get this one down here. Almost all these screws are done. This case has nice rubber grommets too. I like that. Nice white rubber grommets where I think they would have messed up if went with black ones. So like this thing is whited out. Pointex says he is staying home. That's all right. I prefer that. I don't like traveling during chaotic holiday time. That's just adds more stress. Okay, I think I've got them all. I'm just double checking as I screw down this last one. Should be about 9. Yep, we've got 9. All right, pivot this back this direction. I'm gonna get the rest of these screws back in the bag. Normally I kind of just throw things around as I'm building, but I'm trying to keep an eye on where everything is because I got 2 more PCs to build. All right, moving right along pretty well. So AIO now, we got to start digging into and figuring out. So I'm going to take the rest of this motherboard stuff or case stuff off camera. All right. Just notice that has like a, looks like some, I think I can wipe that off. There's like something on the side there that has some discoloration. I don't think it's anything to worry about. Okay, so I'm gonna put this off to the side while we open up the AIO and get that on screen here for you guys. So go main scene here. This is a big white box that's sitting off to the side. So I wanted to go with an AIO. I wanted to go with a 360 that sits up front here on the case. So it takes up all the space at the very top, kind of fills out the build well. And then obviously you can get crazy with AIOs in terms of spend on it. So Thermalright makes fantastic stuff. I think if you guys are looking for budget cooling, Thermalright is like probably one of my favorites just because they just do it really well for a good price. And they also make really good looking stuff. So I've never used this AIO before. This is their Thermalright, 360 white AIO. The thing that is a little bit different about it, I think it's on the side. There's a picture out here in the back. The pump actually is in line, like so in the tubes. So that's a little bit different. So we've got a pump that's in line right here. So the kind of, I guess for our sake, is going to keep the pump, at a higher position, real close to the fluid. And then we've got kind of like this infinity mirror type pump top, or I guess just the cold plate top. So anyway, like I said, never used it before. I don't really think there's anything to worry on in terms of using this cooler. Thermalright makes some good products in my opinion, but time will tell, I guess. So let's get it installed here, get some junk out of the way. Let's go main overhead so you guys can see this beauty. There we go. Lots of stuff in here. So all the mounting hardware, it looks like, in this box. Get that off to the side. Instructions, since I've not used this, I probably will be referring to it just a little bit just to see how things go. And then we're going to get the main unit out of here. 3 pre-attached fans. That's a win for in my book already. Definitely something that's kind of a pain to deal with AIOs where they don't come pre-attached like that. So I'm starting to see a lot more companies doing that. So that's nice to see. Takes away some of the effort, and for me, who's building 3 PCs today, that's gonna help. All right, I'm gonna get this out of the way. I'm just getting the box situated. I don't think there's anything else I need in here. Yep. All right, so we're gonna now just get the box out of the way because it's taking up a ton of space. And push this guy. There we go. Looking pretty clean. I like it. I don't know if it comes with a controller or not. We may have to we'll figure that out. Okay, so this is cool. So this one cable is the PWM for the pump. So that's sitting off to the side here. And then looks like we've got some daisy chaining ability here with the RGB. And ideally, I'm hoping, since this case has RGB, I can plug it all in. We'll figure it out. All right, I'm just gonna get this hardware box open. So it looks like some cable extensions, all the rest of the mounting components. There is a power cable here. I'm not sure what that's for yet. Okay. And that's just junk. Okay. All right, let's get out what we think we need. at least to start. So comes with a pretty healthy, good looking sized tube of thermal paste, so that's nice. So there is none that's pre-applied, so there we go. So that is one thing. You know, that probably helps reduce in manufacturing cost to supply, you know, whatever this costs them versus having a machine apply the thermal paste. We've got this, I'm not sure where this is going to be needed yet, but it's a SATA power to, looks like PWM, so not sure, we'll figure that out. Just trying to get out the main stuff. Gonna have to probably refer to the instruction. This looks like it's all Intel, so I'm not gonna use this. I don't know if I need this thing. Looks like these components I will need. Socket 1200, socket 1700, and then we're looking for AM4, AM5, which is probably going to use the existing, I think so. Yeah, okay, so I can see it now. So it's going to use the existing bits of the AM5 motherboard. It's just like the AM4 motherboards where those plastic clips are on the motherboard, but looks like this is what's going to grab them and bring them down. All right, so I'm going to get the rest of the junk out of the way for Intel mounting since we're not dealing with Intel today. This is 20 XX screws, and then this is probably what we're gonna need. That's Intel. Okay, and get this out of the way for now because I don't know what it's for. I'm gonna just quickly review the instruction here just to get an idea of what I'm doing. We're gonna look for the AM4, AM5. Here we go, AMD. So looks like we've got to get this attached to the pump, or this. And then that just, as I mentioned, just secures down on the CPU socket, and all that's already done. Doesn't seem too bad. So I'm gonna first mount the body of the AIO, the radiator, etc. to the case, and then we'll go from there. So this might be as simple as I just turn this on the side here like this. I'm gonna pull back the dust filter thing here. Get that out of the way. And then I'm gonna stand it up for a second just to check myself on how I want this. So let's go main scene on that. And okay, so probably in the back, yeah, something like this. Gotta have the thermal right lettering there visible, but that'll come in just like so. Looks like probably mounting on the outermost. Yeah, that'll work. And then I might actually have to, yeah, I think I'm gonna do it this way. Yeah, this is better. All the cables are pointing towards the back, so this is how I want it. So that was gonna be kind of weird. There we go. And then this will just come in like so, something like that. I think that's gonna work out just fine. Cool. Let's get to mounting it. Always want to check your orientation before you start screwing things down. There we go. And so that's going to point towards the back. Now I think what I want to do is I want to feed these cables through before I get it in there, so I can just get it through the back of the case. So let's get these all undone real fast, so you guys can see a little bit better of what I'm doing here. We're just getting some cables on twisty tied. Lots of them. These are not like the fancier AIOs, you know, they'll have like the daisy chaining going on. This is not that. I think I paid somewhere around the ballpark of $60 to $80 for this AIO. So, I mean, you can't find AIOs cheaper than that. If you do, they're probably hot garbage, but especially a 360. This is a 360, so it's a big AIO. But the drawback is some areas like this where you got to deal with more cabling work, etc. So it's whatever, you know, you decide is something that you're willing to take on and handle. All right. Almost got them all untwisted. Jeez. I always mess up these, like where I start it going the wrong direction, like every time. All right, there we go. We've got two main kind of holes here to drop that into. I'm gonna go like this. I might have to stand, yeah, I'm gonna have to stand it up to do this because otherwise I can't really drop them through. So we're kind of dealing with this in a awkward fashion, but come on. So I gotta twist it up. I was trying to get the cables through. Come on. This will be the most complex build of the day. The other ones are going to be faster and simpler. Come on. Get through the back of the case. All right, there's one fed through. The other one might be able to go through that same hole, I think. A little difficult for you guys to see what I'm doing right now. I'm just trying to get these cables through the back side of the case so we can snug up this radiator. And go this as well. And last set of cables on the last far side fan. We'll go through the other hole there. I'm looking at this too, and I'm hoping I don't have difficulties with the power supply. In fact, I might go ahead and do that because once I get this AIO in there, I don't think I'm going to be able to get my hands in there too well. So we'll do something before we mount the mount the AIO itself. Something I was going to kind of save more for last, but I think I'm going to have to do it. So I'm going to bring that into the discussion. And what we got here are some Asia Horse cable extensions, white. So the power supply has black cables, and obviously that's not going to match up too well. I mean, it won't look bad because there are a little bit of black components here and there on the motherboard, but I wanted to make it look extra good. So I'm throwing this in for the kiddo that I'm building this for free as a token of my appreciation of letting them let me do this build for them and then give them something for Christmas. So he's getting these as a gift from me. Give it that extra little pop. So what I want to do here and what I'm after is it's going to be really hard to plug in the EPS power once I have the AIO mounted in the case. So I want to at least get the AIO cable ran first, or AIO EPS cable ran first. That way I don't have to worry about it because we are dealing with cable extensions. So that's kind of the perk of doing it this way, is I can actually get this installed without the power supply and then just worry about the power supply out back. So kind of a nice little perk. So just making sure I've got, I want to figure out the orientation here of the cable. Oh, this is a 8+4. Uh-oh. Do I have another one? I hope so. This is PCIe. This is PCIe. Oh no, are you serious? I didn't realize this motherboard was 8+4 pin. That's okay. You can actually run it without that extra auxiliary 4-pin. That's really just for overclocking, which, for Ghetto for his first PC, we're not really going to be doing. And I really, honestly, I used to tweak with it a lot back in the day. I don't really do it anymore. So this 8-pin will deliver sufficient enough power to the motherboard to do everything we need to do. I might, depending on how visible it is, come back and plug in that other extra power, but it's absolutely not necessary. So, you know, a little tip for you guys if you did not know that a lot of these motherboards that have auxiliary power plugins, unless it's a super fancy one, typically have it there for just that. It's only auxiliary power, and where you want to like really ramp up the juice and power delivery to the CPU. So, man. So I'm just putting a couple cable extensions on, or cable combs on this guy, and then we'll get that in there and out of the way. Put this down here. There we go. So this is what I'm working on here, and just getting this prepped to go on the motherboard. Last one. So that should be good, starting with 2 or so. And we're gonna just feed this through, and I just realized I might have done it backwards. Let me see, let me find out. Yep, I needed them to be on the other side. Dang it. I think, hold on, let me go this route with it. Yep. So I just gotta flip the cable combs here. I'll go overhead like this. So this needs to be on this side. And here we go. I got any college football fans in the chat? Yesterday was a pretty fun and exciting college football day, especially for me, which you guys never noticed in some of my videos. A bit of an Ohio State fan. Good win yesterday, good win. Wife in the background yelled, yeah. And my friends that are Texas fans, you know, they had a good win too. Could end up going against them. We'll see how it goes. All right, get this last one here. Turn it upside down. Probably should have done this from the get-go. That pizza deliver? Might in a little bit, guys, might have to take a quick 2-minute snack break. But we're gonna get a lot of this done before I do that. All right, so now I'm gonna plug this in to the motherboard. Make sure I'm all the way in. Grab it. I'm gonna flip things around this way so I can see a little better. Slightly better. There you go. Just listening for that click noise. Yeah, this would have been really difficult to do with the AIO already installed, so I'm glad I did this first. Got this rolling. Okay. Lots of cables going on here. All right, I'm gonna leave the rest of these. I'm not gonna get to these in a little bit, until a little bit longer, so just want to get at least the EPS cable in there. All right, moving right along. Now let's find the screws to secure this guy to the case. I might have tossed them aside somewhere. Where do they go? Are these it? This looks like it. Yep. Okay. Yep. So 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. Yep. This is all of them, it looks like. Beautiful. And we'll get this AIO up in here. I'm gonna pull these cables kind of through as I'm getting it closer to the chassis and how I want to run it. There's so much back here. All right, there we go. Tuck that in. That's looking pretty good where I want it. So we'll get this first screw started. Grab my screwdriver. Typically when I'm starting AIOs like this, it can feel a little awkward when you're holding it and trying to screw it down at the same time. So I usually get corners started, so opposite corners started, so that way it holds itself up there while we get the rest of the screws in. There we go. All right. Now for lots of screws to add to this. So stand by, lots of screwing going on here. No pun intended. Chat has gone quiet. What are you guys up to today? You guys just got me in your ear while you're doing something else? Sometimes I like to just listen to streams while I'm gaming or something. What are you guys up to today? Any last minute Christmas shopping you got to get done? I got a couple things left I got to do. Also a reason why I'm trying to get these PCs done today, because I got to use tomorrow to finish some things off for Christmas shopping. And let's go. Don't think we need to put all of these screws in here because it's a lot, 4 per fan. So I'm getting a fair healthy amount in there just to get this thing up there and secured properly. We'll put 8 instead of 12. I mean, technically you probably could use 4, but give it a good amount of screws to secure down. Just kind of getting them down good and flat because that cover on the top, you know, might stick up if these aren't all the way good and down. I think we're in a good spot. Okay. Alrighty. Now let's spin it around. Got, I think, all the cables ran through that I can see. It's going to be fun trying to get this. This cable here is for the pump, which maybe I should have done as well before getting it secured up there, but I think I can get my hands in here and get it connected. Looks good. That is all the way in there. And then I'll probably tuck the excess cable back behind, along with the other ones. So it's tough to get my, yeah, this would have been literally impossible to get the EPS power connected if I didn't do that first. So I'm glad I noticed and did it. All right, so pump installation next. I'm gonna lay it down now that we've got the AIO secured to the case or the radiator. Let me go with this view so we can see a little better. All right, so we're gonna get this pump down on here. Have to figure out exactly, I think, looks like it comes with these 2 brackets. There's this one, which I think is for Intel. I'm gonna open up the instructions here one more time just to double check that. Never be afraid to use your instructions. Yeah, that looks like that's for Intel because that slides over screws. So we only have to attach for AM5, AM4, even AM3 is this guy to the pump. Well, I keep calling it the pump. The cold plate, because the pump's actually in the tubes. So let's see how this attaches. Hopefully it's not too wild and crazy. So this needs to grab it like that. How does this go on there? Okay, there we go. I think I figured it out. Is it lock into place, or is it already locked into place? I think we're good. Yeah, that's not coming out. Cool. All right. Beautiful. That was easy. Just slides on, and then this will grab. Just make sure our orientation is good before we do it. This will grab. Oh, actually, that's stretching. So I'm glad I checked. We want kind of more like this. Yeah, there we go. Want the tubes off to the right side. Get this back on there. There we go. So then it'll come down like this. That doesn't look too wild of bends or anything like that. That feels pretty good. Cool. All right, just get some thermal paste on it. Always remember, if you have a cooler like this, do your peel. That could really affect some temperatures if you don't do that. And I've done that before, speaking from experience. Alrighty, and find our thermal paste tube. Where did I put that? Oh, right here next to my screwdriver. All right, thermal paste on the CPU. Just gonna give it a healthy blob in the center. Oh, this stuff's kind of hard. Yeah, there it goes. We'll do more than that though. I typically like to do a fair amount versus, you know, an amount that would be not enough. More thermal paste is better than less. Obviously, too much is never good, but we're not on that route. I'm just gonna spin these so that way I can grab the AM5 bracket. This cable's kind of in my way. I'm gonna try to grab it from the back side. I might have to actually turn this sideways to see what I'm doing better. So that should hook underneath and grab the bracket, in theory. Might just push it down and see if I can. Grab it. Oh, man. I'll loosen the screw a little bit. I think I got the top one. Yeah, I did get the top one. Okay, so just now that it's pretty darn tight, there we go. Beautiful. Screw this guy down. Oh, you know what I did? Dang it, I wasn't trying to do this. I was trying to get the tubes on the right side. So I don't want to cover up the screen, so now I gotta shift that thermal paste around. Yeah, I don't like that. Let me fix this. It's not what I was trying to do, but managed to do it anyway. Unclip, you jerk. Oh, man. That's tough to get once it's on there. Oh, almost got it. There it goes. All right, and then that should be okay with the thermal paste. Kind of shift it around a little bit. Not gonna hurt anything. I got that spun around. That's a little loose. Tighten that back up a little. Okay. Going for second attempt. Got that clipped first try. Nice. Nice. There we go. That's what I was trying to do. These tubes will, yeah, it's kind of sit like that. All right, let's zip it down tight. Start a little bit on each side. Kind of just make sure we're doing it evenly. This is kind of how like the older Corsair coolers would mount for AN4. Make sure we have good mounting pressure. All right, and then this cable, I'm going to untwisty tie and send out the back. All right, here we go. Send that guy out back. Stand it back up. Go back to this scene. It's be very difficult. Can't get my hands in there. No, I want to go this. I want to go this side because otherwise the cable would be kind of going across the motherboard a little bit. But this is very difficult to get my fingers in here now. I got it, kinda. I don't know if I can pull it through. Almost. Just trying to get the RGB cable for the cooler to come through, which I just got it. So beautiful. All right, so coming right along pretty good. There we have it. Try to adjust this light a little. There we go. But yeah, looking pretty good so far. All right, so we're definitely going to have a lot of RGB just mess to deal with. So, like with any of my streams too, we're not going to really go through a lot of the cable management just because, one, especially for this stream, I've got 2 other PCs to build, so that's something I'll do off camera. Just need to air my head out a little bit, like Santa hat was getting hot. And then we'll go back off stream and get things all nicely tidied up. Okay, so this does have a front panel all-in-one cable. Very nice. So we won't have to use the gigabyte thing. So right now what I'm doing is basically doing all the cable connections that are coming from the front panel and USB 3 and all that. So just getting that all sorted out. HD audio we're going to send through more towards the back. Make sure it doesn't bind up with any other cables as we do it, which it is doing. Good Lord, so many ARGB cables. Looks like though, I'm thinking I can actually tie it all together. So this is an RGB case. It's got RGB fans and there's a button, but looking at all the RGB, I'll turn it to this side. Looking at all of this that we have going on here, I can probably also tie the cooler and the CPU block all into it. So with one button, he should be able to change his button or change his colors on the case, which is really nice. This is the thinnest looking USB-C I've ever seen, which is nice. Let me show you, like, wow, that is super thin. Very nice for cable management. Looks like I should go through this grommet to get that going, and then USB 3 is actually a sideways cable, which is also nice. Definitely perks of this more premium motherboard. Okay, just gonna get that ready for that. And then we'll go put my Santa hat back on now that my head's had a little bit of time to breathe. That was getting hot. And go full overhead and get these cable connections done so you guys can see what we're doing. All right, so the super thin USB-C right here by the memory. Just gonna plug that guy in. It's universal in its orientation, so it doesn't necessarily matter which way this one goes, if you guys didn't know that. Come on, get in there. At least it shouldn't be, yeah. Or maybe I was incorrect on that. I was. So this, or maybe, yeah. So actually be careful with that. I guess I've never really noticed it too much. There's a thicker end to this cable on the top right here is what I'm pointing out, and a smaller, thinner end. So yeah, be careful, don't mash down on your USB-C. You wanna make sure you got it in there correctly. So it does only go one way. Correcting myself as I go. There we go. Now it's in. And we'll pull back the cable slack here in a sec. We've got front panel, again, an all-in-one cable. Thank you very much to Montech for supplying that. and that is as easy as just plugging it in where it needs to go. It's always usually down here at the bottom right of the motherboard. We've got the sideways USB 3, which there we go. Plug it in like this and then pull back the slack. Careful with doing these two. This fan is making it difficult, but you can end up bending these pins and they're not easy to bend back. So just go nice and slow with these, pull that back. And then last, HD audio down in the bottom left. Typically the way these plug in with HD audio labeled on the cable on facing upwards, sometimes it's different, which I think is our case this time. So not always that way, but most of the time. Yeah, this in our case, the cable label is actually facing downward. Just is what it is. All right, we'll pull back all that spaghetti mess. So this is the USB 3. Hopefully I can get this nice and good looking. I really want the slack to look, well, I might have to work on that. I think I will have to maybe even possibly take that fan out to get that run looking good. Yeah, I don't like how that looks at all. There. And then going back to slack here and here. All right, there we go. Yeah, the way that USB 3, if I can just maybe move it just ever so slightly, clean it up. What would be good here is another extension that faces the cable backwards. But yeah, I'll show you what I'm talking about. Is this cable is kind of tough to manage with. I have very little. Oh, I cut myself somehow. I didn't even see that. Hopefully I don't have any. Yikes. Stand by. I scraped my finger on something. All right, I'm gonna go to break real quick while I take care of my finger. It's not too bad. I think I caught it on one of the motherboard pins, but I don't want blood all over the place. So stand by. I'll be right back.
Jingle bells ringing in my ear. Jingle bell, a sound that's oh so dear. Frosty the snowman is all around town. Watch out for reindeers are falling down. We stay up waiting for Santa tonight. He climbs down the chimney at the speed of light, while we're dancing around the Christmas tree, hugging and kissing just you and me. Carolers are singing outside our door, lovely songs we all heard before, as they walk from house to house to wish us all a Merry Christmas Day. Oh, a Merry Christmas Day. Oh, we're chasing snowflakes as they're falling down, and follow Rudolph all across the town. Later we meet under the mistletoe, while Santa's busy saying ho ho ho. We're feeling jolly, eating Christmas cake, and then we go skating on the frozen lake, saying hi to every friendly face, and later we warm up by the fireplace. Carolers are singing outside our door, lovely songs we all heard before, as they walk from house to house to wish us all a Merry Christmas Day. watch out for reindeers are falling down. We stay up waiting for Santa tonight. He climbs down the chimney at the speed of light, while we're dancing around the Christmas tree, hugging and kissing just you.
Alrighty, sorry about that. Just want to make sure I didn't have any blood anywhere, and threw a quick little band-aid on my pinky. I think I caught it on one of the pins on one of these things that are standing up off the motherboard. So wouldn't be the first time I cut myself cutting PCs. So if it hasn't happened to you yet, it will at some point. Okay, now we're just about there. We've got all the minor cable runs done. So let's bring in the power supply, because we're going to get that ready, prepped, and in, and then we're just about there. Guess I can throw the dust filter back up top. Yeah, perfect. There we go. All right, so for power supply, whoops, almost knocked over this panel. We've got a Thermaltake Smart BM3 650 watt power supply. So this is a pretty darn good power supply. It's a tier C rated power supply on the tier list, so definitely plenty good for our application, and we don't necessarily have to worry about anything it being of sub quality. I'm just trying to get some of these parts actually put back in this box since we're done with the AIO. Let me do that real quick because it's starting to get everywhere. Dang little motherboard pins, see? It can cut you, you won't even know it. It's kind of like getting cut by glass sometimes, where it can cut you so sharp, and then you're bleeding and you don't even know it. I'm definitely keeping these things around because I'm not sure what that's for just yet, but the rest of this stuff is just trash and getting out of the way. Okay. Should have brought my trash can closer. Okay. Lots of cleanup later. Alrighty, so let's get this power supply opened. Like I mentioned earlier, we're going to be using some cable extensions, but that way it's really just to prevent the black cables. Even though this is a pretty nice quality power supply in general, I want white cables going on for sure. Looks like inside this bag we've got some zip ties along with the power supply cable. Okay, we'll take care of those. We'll use those probably. Put that back in there. We don't want power cable right now. A bag of goodies. So this is also a semi-modular power supply, meaning some pieces of it are fixed attached like so, and then some of it is auxiliary cables that we can pick and choose as we go in order to use it. But I've used this power supply many a times. It's kind of one of my go-tos for budget builds, and got it for around 50-60 bucks. So pretty good. It also has extra features like the smart switch for power consumption, zero fan mode, just in case you need that. This is interesting. I haven't seen it do this before, where they have a little cover over the actual power supply. So make sure, I guess, or the power connector. So keeping that nice and cleanly. Okay, there is that. Just gonna get the power supply box out of the way for the moment. All right. Let's see what we got here. Go back to main scene real quick. All I need is sweat and tears, and you've offered blood, sweat, and tears in this build. Yeah, no kidding. I'm definitely sweating, so we can check that off too, because sweater plus the Santa hat. Yeah, I'm running through it for sure. Alrighty, so we got all the cables bundled up here in this that came from that baggie. We basically only have EPS and 24 pin that are fixed attached to the motherboard, to the power supply. So we need to pull off PCIe. Is this one? Oh, I didn't realize this is a next generation model. So this actually has, let me show you guys this. This is cool. I did not know it had it. Overhead. So we've got 12 VH power. This is only a 300 watt connector, so this would only be for like a 4070 that might have it. But yeah, I wouldn't try to power. I wouldn't suggest this power supply if you have something like a 4080 or a 4090 that's a way different tier kind of build, but it is kind of nice to see that. Yeah, so we won't be using it. So this is what we just need: a standard PCIe, and the graphics card we have is only an 8-pin, so that's good. And then we also need some auxiliary SATA power. Looks like probably to power at least the pump top. I think I think I'm gonna need at least one of them. So there's that. And the rest of this is auxiliary PCIe and other like SATA, Molex power. They still have Molex power, unfortunately. And then obviously our 12VH that we're not going to use today. And we'll get that in the bag and set aside because we don't need the rest of that. And if you guys didn't notice, I actually bought the same power supply for every single one of these builds. So we have the options for all of them. All right, so untwisty tie these main power connectors, cables. Got more and more and more trash. We can peel the little peely here. Sometimes these things are pretty difficult to get off. Come on. Not that it matters, this is gonna be facing down anyway, but for sake of doing it, we did it. Now it's nice and shiny. Let's prep the power supply. Yeah, there's our 12VH power connection. So cool. I didn't even notice that when I bought it. So they've stepped it up. We need to get PCIe plugged in. So here. And what they call peripheral power, which is the SATA data, all that stuff. And we'll just plug that in. There's one down here on the bottom. So we'll go ahead and use that too. There's more up top. Yeah, Joe, I guess I just need to have a cry moment. Hopefully there isn't going to be any of those moments with this build. We might get to that if something bad happens, but shouldn't happen. All right, so coming around back, I guess this is the only, I guess you'd say unsightly, but I mean, you won't see the back of the PC anyway, and most people I think don't care about it, but there will be the black power supply showing through this hole here. Some people like to take it a step further and go get a white power supply just because that shows. So that's real particular. If this is Akito's first time PC build, I have a feeling he's not going to mind. If he does, then well, we can come back and replace the power supply. But for now, it's going to function just fine. Now I'm going to get the actual rest of the cable extensions installed on the power supply before I put it all in there. We only have to add 2 more things. And I try to find, okay, there we go. So we need to get back out of the Asia Horse box. My dog is sneezing. Wait, what is that noise? He sees people outside. He wants to go outside. And then need PCIe. What are you doing, dog? I don't know if you guys heard that. That was the funniest sound. All right, and then there's an extra PCIe Asia Horse cable that we don't need, so it'll go with them as an accessory. All right, 24 pin to 24 pin. You know what? Actually, I think what I want to do, just to make sure I have orientation correct. Yeah, no, this will be fine. We'll do this. I was thinking ahead and unnecessarily. All right, so we'll go here, get that installed. And then PCIe. Always go with the first connection, not the pigtail. So put your cable extension on the first connection. Probably the cleaner power delivery method. Get that back on there. Come on. I'll zip that up like so. Tears of joy when it's done. Yeah, there we go. Well, I like that idea. All right, so now I'm going to go with getting the power supply installed. We're just going to pull these kind of cables away a little bit and get this guy tucked in there nicely. Always fight the HD audio cable when doing this. There we go. Make sure we didn't yank it out in the process. Still attached. All right, good. Power supply did a spin there. All right, just gonna line up the, oh yeah, I got to get the screws out of the power supply accessories. There we go. Get one started on our screwdriver. And find the holes that correspond with getting this guy in there. There we go. Start this one. Get that locked in. Start up the one on the opposite side so it's nice and even. There we go. Diamond Trooper says, was gone for a second. What are you doing now? Well, first I cut myself, so I had to go put a band-aid on my pinky. Cut myself on one of the pins on the motherboard. Wasn't bad. I didn't know I was bleeding. And then, but I just want to put a band-aid on so I'm not getting anything else anywhere. We got some cabling work done to the motherboard from the case. And we are getting the power supply in to get that ready. And this build will be pretty close to being done because the only thing left to do after that would be to get the graphics card in. Which is doing something funny. So power supply is in. I got that in and make sure that's in good and tight. There we go. Just give it a quick little extra zip on the back screws. There we go. All right, so now we've got a lot of cables to deal with feeding through here. I want to get some cable combs installed for the 24 pin, and I'm just matching up how this is going to look. So let me just do a test run real quick. Yeah, I have to go this direction, I think. Yep. All right, so the top of the cable combs are gonna go like so, right across like that. So we got one here we're gonna start on. Get that rolling. It's just kind of a meticulous effort. And it's never fun when you accidentally put one in the wrong spot and you gotta pull it apart. But this will pop pretty good for this build. I think a little extra special touch. And I'm hoping he'll appreciate. I think he will. He's a good kid. I know him personally. And we'll slide that down just a little bit and throw another one on. Can do more if we need to. I'm thinking, yeah, I think that's right. Let me double check the way this cable connection is going to come in. This is just my OCD. I want to like the Asia horse emblem or symbol to be reading correctly. Okay, that should be good. All right, match that up the same way, like so. And get this worked through. Remember, if you guys didn't catch earlier, we did this already for the 8-pin EPS because it was going to be impossible to get my fingers and hands in there after installing the radiator. So I went ahead and ran at least the extension part of the 8-pin EPS already. So we just need to connect the cable. All right, that is good. It's not perfect at the moment. We'll adjust. Just gonna get this through and plugged into the motherboard. Okay. Yeah, I think I wanna, we'll do cable comb adjustments later. Now with this extra slack, it looks like the way it's just kind of fallen into play, which is nice. So we can just tuck that down and under, out of the way for the moment. Again, like I said, I will do the cable managing and all that stuff off stream just because, one, we got 3 builds to build, and 2, that does, like, to get it looking real nice, that's a fair amount of time investment. So, all right, I want this, I think this is what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna start the cable comb here with one on it down below, like so, and kind of help bring everything together. So this is for the PCIe for the graphics card that we'll see here in a moment once I get to it. Oh, Did the wrong one. There we go. It's still going at it wonky. What did I do there? That's good. This one's good. Now I see. There we go. Line them up. Take your time with it and it'll look good. So then my idea here is slide that all the way up like that. That way it keeps the cable nice and together. Yeah, there we go. Beautiful. Do a couple more. This also makes, actually, once you get one going, it kind of makes putting these things on a little bit easier, since it kind of brings the cable in together, etc. There we go. There's another one. I'm going to slide that one back and do one more. We'll see what we're dealing with once we get the card installed. If we need to make some adjustments or not. And that one through. There we go. Okay, we're going to leave this kind of off to the side though, because we don't have the graphics card out and about just yet. Oh, there's some more documentation in there I didn't see for the case, so got that out of there. I'm going to kind of give the rest of these cables a good shove underneath and into the drive cage that we're not going to use. Technically we could remove, but sometimes these things are great for just holding cables down and for some lackluster but easy cable management. So idea here is I want to have room to work with all these dang things, which is gonna be a nightmare, but that's a lot of cables for the AIO, etc. Which now I'm thinking we probably should go ahead and tackle. Oh, I have one more cable connection to run for the EPS power for the CPU. Let's get that untwisted. That's this guy that's hanging right here. CPU power going in. So that'll lay kind of like this. Gosh, this is crazy looking with all of these ARGB cables. There's so many. It's a nest. It's a nest. Okay. So first thing I want to do here is figure out, one, can I daisy chain them, which I think I can. So these are, I think I see what this is for. This might be to pull power. I'm kind of curious what the AIO says about that cable. Is this for attaching, daisy chaining all the fan cables, not the AIO, but just the normal actual fan spinning part of the fan, the PWM. Although it doesn't look like it's going to be very PWM because there's only 2 pins there. But I'm wondering if this is just to get, because it's SATA power, it's going to deliver more power and allows you to kind of just daisy chain the fans together. That though does mean it'll run at one power speed. So I'm a little interested. I kind of want to just see what the AIO says about it. Okay. Or if it says anything. External water pump. Use radiator mounting screw, blah, blah, blah. Connect the water block pump power cable to the CPU opt or AIO socket. But yeah, we know that. Water block RGB lighting can be controlled by motherboard by connecting lighting cable to 3-pin UK. It doesn't say anything about what this is for. And the way it's cabled is basically, here I'll demonstrate what I'm thinking, is the way it's cabled is it allows for, because they do have this, it allows for daisy chaining. So hold on, I think that's what their aim is here with this. But that means I'm running 5, 6 fans. All right, let's see. So this is, the intention is for 3. So then we would be adding 3 more if we, yeah, might have to, I mean, I probably do have enough fan headers on this motherboard anyway to actually just go ahead and install the chassis fan. I think I'll go ahead and do that. The chassis fans, I'll connect up to the motherboard. Don't want to just over connect. We don't want a fire hazard. So what we'll do here is grab the end that's supposed to go into SATA power. So we got that going. That means these AIO fans are going to run at fixed speed. So hopefully they're not too crazy sounding. Is this not going in there? What's going on here? That's too small. Now I'm confused again. The heck with it. I've got plenty. I don't need this. I don't. Yeah, the instructions don't say anything about it. I don't need it, even if I want to do it that way. And actually, it's better for us to do it this way. So I'm gonna get. So we got room for 1. Yeah, let's go ahead and just install the fans onto this, and then we will plug this into the motherboard. We can daisy chain 3. 3 is fine, and that's the intention, I think, of it anyway. I just gotta find all my cables because this is a mess. All right, there's the second one, or one of them, and then I think third one right here. Yep. So, idea behind this is we take this single cable now and we run it back through. Fortunately, it's a black cable, so all the other ones are white, but we won't even see this. And we plug this into fan header at the top for PWM control, so the fans won't run at fixed speed, and we'll have a good setup. The rest of the fans, the chassis fans, I'm confident I have enough fan headers to take care of that. Golly. I'm gonna take the RAM out so I can get my hand in there. So yeah, a little something that you guys can't quite see right now. This is just a technicality that I'm having to deal with, but at least I verbally explained it. This is nice now where that front panel glass is off. I can get my hands in here just a little bit easier. Okay, beautiful. That will work. Just has to be managed and cleaned up. As for the other fans, let's get those going. Those are the chassis fans. Okay, those are all. So I'm gonna put all this up over, just out of the way. So kind of pro tip there for you guys. But we got to get the other 3 chassis fans connected to fan headers on the motherboard, which, let's see, I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, I think 4 or 5 extras, so we got plenty. So good thing we went with a more premium motherboard for this particular use case. Oh man, okay. PCTech hustle. I got to start up a merch store. My wife had this made. I dig it. It's PCTech hustle tumblers. Okay, that's all right. So let's deal with these cables now. I'm going to just, like I said, get the RGB is another thing that I'm not sure how I'm going to tackle yet, but I'm pretty sure I can daisy chain that all up as well. Oh, these are actually already daisy chained. Okay. And then get everything synced up with just, hopefully, just a touch of a button on the case. I'm hoping for that. Hope is the key element here. Okay, this is like the only free. Okay, this. All right, the fans are already daisy chained together, so I'm actually in a really good position here to just run this cable through to a fan header that's just right here on the side. Beautiful. Nice. That wasn't nearly as bad as I thought it was going to be. All right, so all the fans are plugged in for PWM control. Now we just got to figure out the AIO. So I think, looks like they're all, again, interlinked So Montech took care of a lot of the problems for us, which is very nice of them to do. So I just have to daisy chain the 3 fans. The RGB daisy chaining is not a big deal because these are only like 5-volt connections, so that's not a big deal. But what they come with is options to do that. So we've got either male or female end that would allow us to plug in and just continue to daisy chain from here. So I'm going to do this one. This is coming off the fans already on the case. And then without making just a rat's nest. So now we plugged in one fan, and now I'm basically plugging in that for the fans on the radiator. So now we got 2 fans plugged in. Here's another one. We'll go with that. And then I think there was one for the pump top. Yeah, it's this one. Or I already did the pump top. Yeah, I think this is it because it was like a longer. I'll try to debundle it a little bit here. This is going to be fun to cable manage after the fact. This is where you do have extra work cut out for you if you take a more budget route to things, but not too bad. I should be able to kind of just bundle it together. They do have some Velcro cable management ties going on, so ideally I would just kind of bundle it up like that and kind of call it a day. We'll do that later on, like I said, off stream. Okay, so I'm feeling pretty good about that. That wasn't nearly as bad as I was dreading that part about the build, honestly, to be flat honest. All right, so spin it back around. I took the RAM out so I can get my hands in there. I'm gonna put that back in. So let's do that real quick. Slide this guy back in there. Okay. One. Get the other guy in there as well. This top is a full-on mirror. Like literally complete mirror action going on. Just get my head some breathing room again. Whew. Yeah, I was drinking coffee earlier. I'm not doing that anymore. So I'm gonna bust out an energy drink real quick. Keeping the caffeine rolling. So what are we at on time? We started around 1 p.m. Central. We've got about an hour and a half invested into it, a little bit more already, and we've nearly got a complete PC. And like I said, this one is the more complex one. As you guys just saw, we went through a lot of RGB and fan connections. We don't have the unfortunate perk of daisy chaining connections because these are not the super high-end fans, but this will look pretty good. But I definitely like how it's all coming together. You know, sometimes what you run into with an all-white build too is you might have these more cream-colored whites or yellowish even, and yeah, so this is all matching up pretty good, I think. So actually, I'm thinking now I didn't ever need that SATA power connection that I plugged into the back because we don't have any drives, we don't have any controllers. I'm gonna unplug it because I thought it was gonna be necessary, but it does not. So reach back here and unplug that. Less cables to deal with, the better. What's your guys' opinion on that? Do you guys tuck away the extra cables even though you may not need it right away, but you just want to have it connected and you don't want to have to deal with it if you have to come back? Or do you guys plug in the minimal amount of cables like I'm doing here, and you know, I guess you suffer through that, having to pull away some of your cable management if you get a new component? I mean, I think there's still work involved no matter what, but what do you guys do? I'm just curious. Get this back in this bag. There we go. A little more caffeine zip for me. Not sponsored by Monster, but if they want to sponsor me, I'll gladly accept. All right, so now I've got a fun thing here, guys. So I don't know how much of you guys are, regular subscribers of the channel. I'd say if you're not, would love for you to become one. I'm trying to crest over that 23,000 mark. I'm very close. I was hoping to hit it by the end of the year. I mean, it's like 150 more subscribers I need, but you know, the end of the year is pretty close. No big deal if I don't, but if you aren't, please do. I'd love it. But what I'm getting at, and if you're a subscriber of the channel, you might have seen this already, is I've got a really suspect delivery in the mail for the GPU. It's actually popping off. It's one of my best shorts I've done lately, and I was just like, hey, I'm going to make some content. And also starting to get trolls in that video, which just cracks me up. It's like, it's hilarious how people take stances on things when they are so wrong and they don't even know it, but they think they're right. So it's so funny. So anyway, what I'm getting at is this box showed up, and it is 100%. This is basically how it showed up, other than I just opened it. So it's a graphics card, and the only thing, and you can see remnants of it, I pulled off the shipping label because I didn't want to dox myself, but pulled that off, and I had at least one troll so far that's like, you're just trying to get, you know, content out of it, blah, blah, blah. You just swapped that graphics card into a box you had. I'm like, nah, dude. I mean, some of the shipping, this is from shipping. I don't know what it means. It's a label. It says driver, and so it's like some type of code for Amazon or whatever tracking. So this is how it showed up, and it's just so funny that people, you know, have to get all keyboard warrior troll on me. But anyway, I thought it's hilarious. And what's even more hilarious about it is, bro, you're adding to interaction on my videos. So thanks. Even though it's negative, it's still a positive for me. All right, so let's get the overhead on it and take a look at this card. And I think this card is going to go beautifully with the color scheme that we got going on right now. So this is just a little extra this is a phone holder. I had to take a look at this for like, what is this? So it's a cardboard thing that Asus gives you when you bought their graphics card to hold your phone, like at your desk, you know, whatever. Okay, I mean, if he wants it, he can have it. I'm just going to put it back in the box though. But this is also, I think people on that video, excuse me, they also are like, oh, that's definitely a used graphics card. The way it came like that, yeah, it's 100% used. You know, some people just don't even use their eyes because this thing is not used. It's brand new, and here's how we know why. Well, one, you know, yeah, someone could just put it in an anti-static bag. I did open it just because I needed to verify, as we saw in the video. But this thing is 100% brand new. There is nothing used about this. This is, I mean, it's still got all the like stickers on it and stuff. So like, what are people talking about? It's just so hilarious how people, like I said, are so confident they're right when they're so dead wrong. Hilarious. Yeah, there's no way this is used. Like, how would you attach these or reattach these? You know, some of these things are really difficult to get off. So we're gonna get all the satisfactory peels off of the graphics card, but check it out. Like, I think this is gonna match up really well with some of the silver / gray and white aesthetic that we got going on already on the motherboard. So this just will tie in so nicely. So this is an RTX 4060. If anybody wants to say what they want about that, you know, I also got hate in the video about this being a 4060. Oh, well, that's why it showed up that way, because it's a 4060. Like, there's nothing wrong with 4060s. Yeah, the launch for the graphics card was, you know, a bit lackluster on NVIDIA's side. Like, people are saying, oh, it doesn't really perform much better than a 3060. Yeah, I mean, I agree with that, but at the same time, this is their cheapest brand new budget card that you can get. If you want to step it up from here, a 4060 Ti will run you like another $80. And then if you go up from there, you're at 4070 territory or higher, and then it really just goes crazy. And this is an all brand new parts build. So, and we wanted NVIDIA. So what do you expect? Yes, we could go scour the market for a used card, which I do very much frequently do, and that might have been what we've done with the other two builds. But, you know, like, what do you expect? So, I don't know. Anyway, I'll get off my soapbox about that for now. But yeah, there's no doubt in my mind this is a brand new card. Come on. Come on. So, whoever made that comment in that video, hopefully they're watching the stream or they go back and do that. I'm going to leave these off for now because I took them off. But beautiful card. White aesthetic. It's also what we're going for. Got a little bit of the gray that matches in with the build. Love it a lot. Looks good. Let's figure out how we get it in there. Got a super tight thumb screw that isn't going to allow us access without using a screwdriver. I think this is just a decorative panel. I think this just pops up. Oh, it hinge opens. Nice. I like that. You guys probably didn't see that, sorry. So this thumb screw is really tight, just loosened it and pulled back the panel. I'm gonna go this mode so you guys can kind of see what's going on. And now we gotta just make sure which PCIe expansion brackets we need to take out. So we need to take out the second and the third. So let's do that. Screw, bracket, screw, bracket, and get the card going like so. And this motherboard also has a quick release or easy release PCIe top bracket slot. Very nice. Always good to see those. Helpful for getting your card out for maintenance. And we're all lined up. I'm just going to give it a firm push. Slot it in there. This card isn't massive. Like I said, this is more of a entry-level / mid-range entry-level gaming PC. So, you know, we don't have a gigantic, massive graphics card. But, you know, space-wise, everything is, I'd say, looking pretty good. That's also why we have these holes here for like larger graphics card to run the cables over. But since that will look really weird, we're just going to probably run it from underneath, more towards the side of the motherboard. So we get that going. And try not to get lost in the cable mess. Here it comes. And I just now am looking at this, and I put the dang cable extensions on. Wait, no, I didn't. Yeah. And I meant the cable combs. I thought I had it reversed, but I did not. Did it right the first time. And we'll just get this plugged in. Firm plug. Hear that clip. That's good. And tidy up the cables just ever so slightly here so it doesn't look absolutely crazy. Cool. All right, guys. PC's done. Well, done for now in terms of what we're going to do on stream. But you guys, especially if you're veterans, you know we at least make sure it works, right? So although I have a lot of cable management to do, we have to still make sure it works. So I'm going to put it kind of off to the side here. Is that a good view? All right, good. Oh, I forgot to screw in that thing just fit in there so nice and snug. I forgot to put the screws in for the GPU, so let me do that. But yeah, it's like not sagging. It looks great. But yeah, don't forget that. Don't be like me. This is partially why you know, I have these streams. Hopefully people can learn some things from me, because I'm not perfect and I've made plenty of mistakes, and I will continue to. It's called being human. All right, get that panel zipped up. Good. All right. Test PC number 1. So I've got my portable monitor here. This thing, like I said, if you guys are veterans of the channel, you know we always test, make sure it does a full post, not just turn it on, but make sure it has functionality. I did test this graphics card just because of the condition it came in, because I was slightly worried, and being a white graphics card and the fact that it took 3 weeks to get that graphics card, I wanted to make sure it was going to work. Otherwise, I do have a micro center in my area, so I would have had at least the option to make an emergency run if I needed to, but it works. At least when I tested it, worked. I don't imagine it being any different at this point. Let me get this cable plugged in for the monitor for power. All right. Make sure that's decently visible for you guys. Take a quick sip of water here. All right. Any wagers on it posting successfully? What do you guys think? I think we're in a good shape here. We'll get all the panels and cable managed up, but here we go as far as functionality. Oh, I gotta plug in the PC too. Need that. Not gonna get very far without that. And I'm gonna double check myself. I'm fully good and plugged in on the HDMI. Can't believe I did that. That was so funny. I don't know. I'm gonna go around because the power switch is way out front. Well, let me see. I can just spin it. I want to make sure you guys had a good angle. Where is it at? Right there. Okay. 3, 2, 1. Here we go. It's on. RGB is not on. You know what I'm thinking? One of those RGB sides did have to go to the motherboard. It is looking for motherboard control. But I have a solution. One sec. I think I got one here. Not there. There we go. Is it posted? Hey, it posted. Sweet. All right, so we have functionality test. This sucker posted. I don't know. I'm gonna double check the temperature. I'm gonna get a keyboard on it and we'll just check that. We have to do the TPM reset because those fans are roaring right now. I just want to make sure it's not overheating or, well, not, yeah, I mean, running hot. Might just be because this one's right here at my ear too. All right, so we want to do TPM reset. We're gonna hit yes. There we go. Okay. Let it run through that again. I'm gonna come around here just to see. There's our Oris logo. Oh, nice. The background is white. Now it cooled down as far as the fans. Let's do this real quick. Hit okay there. All right, that looks good. 25C, yeah, so it's running chill, or 25C for the memory, 29C for the CPU. So we got a good application on thermal paste and stuff. Got to figure out the RGB, which I said I think I have a solution for. There is a button up front here. Oh, that's just the reset button. Okay. Okay. Got an idea though. Since there's no controller, what the fans are depending on you to do is either get some type of controller or just plug it into the motherboard. I really, really don't like Oris RGB. It's just, I feel like all the motherboard manufacturers have terrible RGB. Like, I never use them. I hate it. Whew. Let's see. Make sure this stream, does the stream look like it's coming through smooth? I did get looks like an error. I did have a couple drop frames or something. It's only at like 1.3%, but hopefully everything looks smooth and normal. Okay, but what I'm thinking here is I've got a little micro RGB controller here. Plug them into the motherboard and use Signal RGB. I think, isn't Signal RGB licensed? Like, you have to buy a license for it though? But I do have one of these little tiny microcontrollers. These are great because what you can do is we'll need SATA power. You can set them. Some of them will, I think this one may not have it. Let me see. Yeah, this one doesn't have it. Bummer. Well, you can set them up to actually run off the switch, the reset switch. I'm gonna see if I can get one of these in like stat. But you can set it up to hit the reset switch on the front panel of the case, and then control your RGB there. So I'm going to power it off real quick. We do now need the SATA power. I unplugged it. I was thinking as I was doing it too, like, ah. Some effects are free. So blind text mentioning to do signal RGB. Yeah, I mean, that's an option. I'm trying to keep things simple too, because this is a young kid's PC. So I prefer, if I can, he just has a button he can push and call it a day. So let me get this this power plug in here. This is tough doing now with it installed. I think I see it. Peripheral. There we go. So we're just gonna do functionality test with one of these guys. So again, these things you can get on Amazon. They're like little RGB microcontrollers for like $6, $8, maybe 10 at the most. That is the nice thing about them. I gotta find an open RGB where I was daisy chaining things like crazy. Ah, there's one. I think I found it. Yes. All right. So now let's go back to powering on. There we go. There we go. So, I mean, you could just keep it like this if he likes the whole rainbow effect going on. But that's more of what I'm talking about. Everything's going too. I mean, I think it looks pretty good. It's going wild with RGB, but everything's working too, even the pump top thing. There we go. Is that a better angle? So with these little controllers, I'll cycle through it a little bit. It's a good, easy fix for this type of situation, mainly because, like I said, I don't want to run the motherboard software, but you've got different modes here. So there's green, whatever, solid green. I mean, it's got tons of effects. Yeah, I mean, I'm just pushing the button on it right here. Tons of it. Pretty good. So I think I'm gonna go with this, but I want one that he can actually control with a physical outer switch. So I'm hoping I can get my hands on one of those pretty quickly. So that will be the plan for this. It's obviously posted again, which is very nice to see. We're done with this one for now. So I'm gonna power it off. We're moving on to PC2. So not bad, not bad. We spent on the complex one about 2 hours. The other ones I'm thinking I can do in an hour, maybe in some change. So I'm gonna definitely be able to fly through those, especially after I do one, because they're very similar, like same case, same CPU coolers, same a lot of the same stuff. So we'll be able to fly through those. But I'm at least very happy to see everything's functionality working just fine. We just have some minor things to address with this one, which isn't going to be at all a major problem. I'm just putting my monitor back in my drawer here to get it out of the way. Okay. All right, so I'm going to carry this PC off into the ether for now, and we'll move on to the next one. Stand by. And I think what I'm going to do here, guys, while I get set up for the next one, just because I want to make sure my dogs don't get into anything, because I got a little puppy that likes to, I'm going to go to a quick break, and when I come back, I'm going to have all the new parts laid out for the next build. So I'll catch you guys here in just a couple minutes.
Jingle bells ringing in my ear. Jingle bell, a sound that's oh so dear. Frosty the snowman is all around town. Watch out for reindeers are falling down. We stay up waiting for Santa tonight. He climbs down the chimney at the speed of light while we're dancing around the Christmas tree, hugging and kissing, just you and me. Carolers are singing outside our door, lovely songs we all heard before, as they walk from house to house to wish us all a Merry Christmas Day. Oh, a Merry Christmas Day. Oh, we're chasing snowflakes as they're falling down, and follow Rudolph all across the town. Later we meet under the mistletoe, while Santa's busy saying ho ho ho. We're feeling jolly, eating Christmas cake, and then we go skating on the frozen lake, saying hi to every friendly face, and later we warm up by the fireplace. Carolers are singing outside our door, lovely songs we all heard before, as they walk from house to house to wish us all a Merry Christmas Day. Merry Christmas Day. A Merry Christmas Day. Oh, yeah. Carolers are singing outside our door, lovely songs we all heard before, as we walk from house to house to wish us all a Merry Christmas Day. Yeah, a Merry Christmas Day. Dance around the Christmas tree, wishing all a Merry Christmas. Dance around the
Alrighty, guys. Thanks for hanging out once again. Just quick check-in if we've got anybody new in the chat. This is a 3 PC build stream. We are now moving on to the second. Got some parts out for us right now. We're getting to that. Got the first one built and tested. Just needs some extra little attention with some cable management, all that. I always do that off stream, like I said. But idea is it's built, tested, functional, good to go. And now we're moving on to the second, slightly less complex PC. Also much more on a budget sense. So the budgets for these two PCs were in at about $700 to $750. So my theory with that is I'm going to get the best price to performance as possible. So there are a few things here. This is more focused on kind of the norm of what you guys see me do. We're definitely focusing on the best price to performance. So we did make some decisions where we took to, say, Amazon Marketplace, Amazon Warehouse, and bought some used GPUs, etc. But these are going to be banger $700 PCs. So let's get started here. And the first one, I'm laggy. Uh-oh. Looks like yeah, I did experience a little bit of a spike there. I had like a 2% packet drop. So I'm looking a little laggy, is what you're saying here. Open widget. What is this? Yeah, I got an error that's popped up here. It said you did hit a spike of. I'm gonna tune down my settings on my OBS a little bit, but yeah, it did jump up just a little bit. I'm not sure if that's related to my PC. I mean, I've been using this PC for quite a while streaming. How does it look right now? Is it still kind of laggy looking, or are we looking a little better? YouTube is detecting something going on here. receive enough video to maintain a smooth stream. Let's see here. Let me see if I can tone down my settings just ever so slightly. Good now. Yeah, I'm gonna bump it down just a little bit. 1 second. Yep, I got a mess in here. I need to grab my keyboard. All right, let's go with bit rate. I'm gonna take it down to like 7,000. And we'll go for quality. Hopefully that helps some things. Yeah, I am seeing like YouTube's detecting a little bit of stuff here now. Okay, so it looks good. Okay, we'll go on that. Yeah, I did get some issues with that like 2 weeks ago, and my packet rate, drop rate was like 20-30%, which I can't account for why that was happening. Nothing really changed in terms of my settings. YouTube, I think, was doing something funky, but hopefully this smooths out a little more here. But okay, I'm going to get this out of the way. All right, so let's move on to the next build. So what we're starting with here, and you might be wondering what's that tape doing on that motherboard box. So this is a motherboard bought from Amazon warehouse. It's a B450. It's, I guess, technically used or returned, a return product. These things typically, again, I don't know why there's a piece of tape there. It's not really serving any purpose. But these things are a lot, my experience is they tend to be almost brand new or possibly brand new products. So we're gonna just take a look at this as it is. But B450 motherboard, we obviously have gone down to the AM4 platform to meet our $700 mark to help us really get the best price to performance here. But here we go. So if there was question about this motherboard, I guess condition, I mean, it's basically brand new condition. Looks like it hasn't even been used. So it was probably opened. If it was used, it wasn't used very long at all because I don't see any remnants of anything. So it's in beautiful shape. And it happens to be one of my favorite go-to budget boards, the B450 DS3H Wi-Fi. Oops, we'll need that. Don't need that. So we'll need our I/O shield. We didn't have an I/O shield in the other one because it had it built in. But beautiful motherboard. I'd really like to say AM4 has a lot of presence still in the budget building market. Like, even though they're not making AM4 chips anymore, they're still very relevant in terms of if you want to get something together in the $400, $500, $600, $700 range. Like, you really can't go wrong with it. Whew. All right. So next thing we got here is we gotta just basically work our way through. And next thing we got is the processor, Ryzen 5 5600. So 6 cores, 12 threads. Their fastest 6-core CPU of this generation. You know, it is, you know, we are in the 9000 series now. And yeah, so this is older, but again, not very old, like 3 years old as far as generational wise. So still very, very good. So here we go. We got it in our clamshell here. And it does come with a cooler, which I wasn't expecting actually with a 5600X. I always thought the X version CPUs didn't come with coolers, but maybe that was more just the X Series 7 and up. So I'm actually not using this cooler. That was more of a, I thought it wouldn't have come with one, but so we're gonna upgrade a little bit to an ID cooling tower style cooler. Should provide much better cooling benefit and a bigger fan and won't be as loud. So all perks, if you ask me. Okay, I'm just getting trash out of the way. So let's get this CPU installed. Let's go full main overhead for now. Now this one, as we were talking about before, does have the pins on the CPU. So we got pins on the CPU. So complete opposite of what we just dealt with, but nothing to worry on there. we're just going to open a retention bracket. This is a much easier CPU to install in my opinion, so long as you don't break anything. But Ryzen now pointing down, reading downwards. Like I mentioned earlier, the new ones have it pointing upwards like that. We're going to drop this guy in. And away we go. So, in here? I don't think so. There was one that's in our bedroom. That's it. I don't know of any others. So, wife had a question about packages coming in for Christmas. So, all right. So now we're going to open up, and I guess I just chose this in random order. Our drive. This is our SSD NVMe drive. Another one of my go-tos from Team Group. This is MP33 1 terabyte. So as far as starting off with a decent amount of storage, we have plenty of on this. And we would, if we needed to expand though, we don't have another NVMe slot, so it would have to go down to like an SSD 2.5 inch drive, etc. So nothing real all that bad about that, in my opinion. 1 terabyte should be a pretty healthy start for a $700 budget PC. So this one, we're taking off the tiny little M.2 screw. Pretty hard to see there. There we go. And getting our stick of gum installed. Beautiful. And we're just gonna, like previous, you know, only goes one way. This one does require the little M.2 screw for a hold down. We don't have the handy dandy toolless latch like we did on that nicer, more premium motherboard. And just screw that down and we're good to go. All right, moving on. Like I said, we're gonna move pretty fast on these last two. We've got the RAM, which is again another brand new item. This is brand new, so the only thing that's so far quote unquote used or repurposed, I guess, is the motherboard. But as we noticed earlier, still in great condition. 1 stick, 2 stick. Brought a large trash can in here with all this stuff that I'm gonna have as far as a mess. All right, these will go in. These are DDR4 RAM sticks as opposed to the DDR5, but as you guys can see, the construction slash look of the RAM is basically identical, other than it just not being white like we had with the all white build there. So get 1 stick in, click, click. Motherboard box is kind of collapsing on me. Make sure that was in there all good. All right. And then next one going in. The motherboard box is kind of falling apart, so you can get your hands underneath it like this too. Click them into place. All right, so motherboard is basically prepped just like how we had it with the other PC. I'm going to one more thing to prep, sorry, forgot, is our cooler. So we got, like I said, the ID cooling cooler from ID Cool. It's the Blitz X4, 120 millimeter fan, PWM, some RGB, all good stuff. I have not actually used this cooler before, so this is a first time for me, but being a Tower Hyper 212 light cooler, I'm sure there's nothing crazy complex about it. So I am happy to see that. It'll help move our installation along quickly. So we can get this out of the way and go full overhead again. All right, so we got fan in a individual bag slotted into an individual cardboard box. So this fan is, I thought it was RGB. Oh, it might be fixed RGB. Did not realize that. Let's see what we got here. Hold on. That would make for a bummer. Let's see, does it say on the box? Oh, hydraulic bearing fan. I don't know, doesn't say anywhere. I possibly might have made a mistake with that. We'll find out. Because there's no other connection. Oh, wait, hold on. What in the world? I've never seen that before on the tower, because this thing lights up on the top. That plugs into the fan right there. Yeah, I mean, we'll have to go with it at this point. I'll inform my clients that are buying this that if they want to be able to have color control on the fan, I might just be able to go ahead and get them an RGB fan and replace the fan. I might have some in stock. I'm not sure exactly. That I'm going to have to figure out. All right, so as far as installation of the cooler, going to have to probably refer. It looks like this is the back plate. That'll go for... No, I don't think... we may not be using that. Let's see if we got some directions. Installation guide. Here we go. Just double check on things. So we want AM4, AM5. Okay, so we need to pull off the little bracket thing and then screw in some screws on top of that. And then, okay, pretty simple. So let's get that rolling. How does this, just double checking since Real Code Warrior mentioned earlier, is the performance of the stream looking okay still? Just want to double check on that. I am still seeing a little bit of packet frame drop, but hopefully it's not to the point where it is actually causing a laggy looking stream. Just double checking. Since you said it was good earlier, just re-double checking. I might have to make some upgrades on my actual streaming PC, to be flat honest. It's pretty basic. All right, so we gotta take, looks like these things look like they have equal length screw length. So what I'm looking at here is, yes, it's been fine. Perfect, thank you for reconfirming, sir. These screws, so we're gonna screw one of them down like that. I might have just pushed the back. Yep, that's. I'm pushing the back plate through. I have to grab it from the rear. Grab it from the rear. Put that back on there. So this is what we're doing. Getting these threaded through. Do that top one there. Oh. Oh, okay. They do go one way. I guess I got lucky on the first one. So this is open-ended on the threads of the screw. Let's see now. And screw, screw, screw in. That way it sits down nice and snug on the motherboard. Okay, now that we got those two started, that should hold it on pretty good and tight. And get these other two in. I'm bummed about that RGB fan. No ARGB control, it looks like. That's all right. These are ones I think I still can just get a basic ARGB fan in. So we should be fine. So I'm just gonna give these a good hand tightening. Don't need to go too crazy. Now it did come with some, this is really cheaping out on the thermal paste it came with. I'm gonna just get my thermal paste tube that I have. Could use some of that thermal right stuff that we had earlier, but I'm gonna send that with the customer and use my trusty stuff. I got tons of this stuff anyway, so it doesn't matter to me. Kind of just get it loosened up. That's what I tend to do, but this is the stuff I use. I got this from Tech Yes City. This is his go-to stuff, and this stuff is actually, it performs really well. Straight from China, so it, I bought like 4 or 5 bottles of it, or tubes of it, and I've only been through like 2 in like 2 years. Nemesis X says, I appreciate your videos. so much. Hopefully, I'm learning so much. Hopefully, it'll help me with my issues I'm having in my build with the same B450. Yeah, well, for one, thanks for stopping in. Appreciate you. And yeah, I mean, feel free to air out in chat what your issues are. You know, maybe I can help in the immediate, or there's somebody in chat that can also help. But glad to help. So let us know. I mean, what we can do. Go overhead here. So I applied a glob of thermal paste before I realized I got to install these, and I got to get the orientation of this correct. I think it only goes one way. Wait, hold on. Hold, please. Is there other brackets? Oh, maybe it goes like this. Yeah, like that. So I think that's the only way it can go. Well, can go more on the inside. Let's double check the directions, but I think it has to mount kind of, yeah, points outward. So like this, like that. I was a little quick on the thermal paste. I should have waited so I don't get my hands in there, but it should be fine. Spin that down. Spin that down. Get this other guy on there. That one on, and this one. Let's give it a little snug down with the screwdriver. That's like almost needs a flathead. Crazy. I'm just gonna do it real tight with my hands. That should be good. Yeah, this other bracket is for Intel. Don't need it. Get it up out of the way. And then this will be for clipping our fan on, which looks like they provided us a spare set. That's nice. Okay. And like with the other cooler, let's make sure to pull off that. So we got nice 4 heat pipes. We touching that. It's going to be a way better cooling option than this, even though our RGB fan is, we'll have to, like I said, buy a separate one. We'll see how this looks. I mean, it'll look good. It's just gonna, we won't have any control. All right, so get that mounted down on those pegs. Get my screwdriver down there. Get that started a little bit, and get this one started a little bit. That one is not over it, so that's why we didn't want to go too crazy on starting it. Oops. I didn't have that other one started apparently. There it goes. 1, 2, 3, spin. 1, 2, 3. Okay, now it's going down nice and snug. Just alternate sides. Let that go all the way down now until it stops, and we're good. And same thing with this one. There, we're good. Okay, for the fan, now it does have this thing going on here. So we gotta kind of figure out the best orientation. Yeah, so it'd be like that. This is unique to this cooler, but we'll do this just for the sake of doing it. So just this little PWM. It's really just for power, to power the RGB that's in the top of the cooler. And then with this, we got to grab a couple of clips, feed through the bottom side, top side, and then attach that to the cooler tower. That looks good. We'll do the next one. Clip it in on the bottom, clip that in on the top, pull it across. There we go. She is ready to go in a case, guys. All right. Oh yeah. Don't forget to plug in your PWM for your cooler. So that's gonna go in the only spot it can go. Right there at the top. Oh, you guys missed that. Plugged it in, the cable right up here. Okay, extra, I'm gonna hold on to these because those are always good to have extras of. We'll send the thermal paste back in the box. This is trash, 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 and that'll be installation in case client needs it. Get the rest of this off and out of the way. Actually, I'm going to use one of these anti-static bags as my trash collection bag. Alright, cool, cool. Definitely moving lots faster. Just getting trash out of the way and go back main scene here real quick just to check in on you guys. Alrighty. Nemesis says, I can't seem to get the power on. The motherboard light comes on but doesn't power on when pressing the power button on the case. So that could be one of a couple things. One is I'd definitely go back and double check your cabling on your front panel. So I'll give you an example here. Overhead. What you want to make sure is you've got this cabled up correctly, which we will go through. It's typically very hard to get on camera, but down here where you're plugging in CPU, power switch, and power, so your power switch is always going to be the third and fourth very top pin in this bundle. The top two are for power for your LED switch. If you have power on the LED of the switch, that sometimes is not the case for everybody, but the ones that you want to make sure you get is the second two. On this motherboard, you know, this is really hard to capture for you, but it's going to be pins 3 and 4 on that top bundle. That's your power switch one, so make sure that's cabled in correctly. Another thing you can do is unplug all of everything from there and jump it with the screwdriver on those two pins 3 and 4 and see if it turns on. Try that to start. Sounds like your power supply is okay. Sounds like your motherboard is okay. If it's getting power, I think you just might have that mispinned. Did you just recently build that PC? Because I've definitely miscabled those before and had the same problem. So hopefully that's at least something for you to try out. All right, we need a case for this build. I was piling all the stuff from the other builds on top of the cases for this build, so now we got to move things around. All right, coming in hot. This is a case from Sama. It's there it is. It's the ARGB Q5. So it's a basic kind of micro ATX case. We're dealing with a micro ATX build. I'm gonna get the motherboard box out of the way actually. So, you know, very fitting for our build. I want to make sure he has these motherboard mounting hardware with him. Get a little tiny bag from one of these things. Let's hook him up with that. Because as you guys saw, like sometimes coolers will use these clips that the AM4 motherboard comes with. So I'm getting that in a bag for him. Send that off. There we go. Now we can get the motherboard box out of the way. Ta-da. All right, so as I was saying, this is a Sama ARGB Q5 case. The next build is going to have the same exact case, so I'm only going to basically introduce it once here. And again, tight thumb screws on the back panel. So I'm going to pull off the back panel first, like we did earlier, and get the case accessory and hardware out. I don't know if this is captive. Try not to... No, it's not captive. Womp womp. All right. I'm gonna put this case panel over here with the other one. All right. So we got something flying around there. I'm also gonna get the front or side panel glass off. Again, very strong thumb screws. we go. And spin those off. Careful now with this. Don't want to bang that glass around. All right. I think now it should just kind of... Okay, nice. Sometimes these are like interesting when they come off. You don't know how they're going to come off until they do. All right, I'm going to stack that over here. Don't want to lose these thumb screws. These are for the side panels. Yes, this is a new build. The case has all the header for the front panel. Is it one of those? So is it a header that like what we just dealt with on the other build where it's a combined cable that has all of it set up for you where you don't have to individually cable in the tiny little pinouts? Is that what you mean? I'm asking you that Nemesis. All right, so an interesting thing here about this case is they went quality on some things and cheap in some other areas. Cheap meaning we do have the breakaway PCIe expansion in the back, but more quality, they went with little cabling kit. So it's kind of funny to see that. So yeah, I do like it when I get these. These are nice, very helpful. The other nicer case that we just worked with didn't have that. So get wins and losses. Yes, absolutely. So meaning yeah, so I don't know. Yeah, I mean if it's that and your front panel's in, try jumping with a screwdriver. I'm curious just to see. Because you could still accidentally plug that cable in wrong potentially. So pull that cable off for all your front panel, jump it with a screwdriver, see if you have anything else if that helps. It sounds like it should work because your power supply is delivering power to the motherboard. The motherboard has a light indicating it's getting power. If that doesn't work, yeah, then you've either got probably an issue with the motherboard, maybe a dead motherboard, or the power supply is doing something weird and it's not, even though it's giving it some indication of power. But those would be the only two components that really are in the way of like not even clicking out with power. Like even sometimes like if you're missing RAM, it'll still power on. It's just not going to work. Double check all those connections too. Make sure your 24 pin is fully seated in. Make sure your EPS power is fully seated in. I'd say run through all that. Yeah, unfortunately, it sounds like you're going to have to start tearing things back apart. Hey, look at this little thing, man. See, this is crazy. So this has got an RGB controller, but the other one didn't. But it was much nicer and more expensive. But yeah, little microcontroller on this one. That's nice because it's probably got, yeah, the LED switch, which is going to be basically plugged into the reset switch. Or where is it? In that bundle somewhere. But things I wish I had with the other one. So is what it is. All right. Overhead we go. We're going to install the motherboard. Oop, the prepped motherboard. But first, before we do that, forgot, I/O shield. Now, I cut myself earlier, so gotta be careful. These things are very sharp most of the time, so be careful. I don't need to band-aid it up anymore at this point. Yep, and watch your cables. Sometimes that can get in the way of installing these. Typically, you see this with more budget builds. The nicer motherboards have the shield attached to the board, but that, you know, this has been a thing of PC building for a long, long time. Oop, this cable's out of the way. All right, I'm just double checking now if we have all the proper standoffs in place, which it looks like we do. So I can drop it in and start screwing it in. There we go. Just grab it by the cooler. Line it up with the I/O shield. That's good. That's good. Cool. Oh, I think we're missing one, or one's in a different location. Yep. Come back out for a second. I gotta move. Oh wait, that one just doesn't. It isn't there. So it's got ones for wider boards. This doesn't fit a full-size ATX board, which is interesting. Let me double check that. Yeah, it's not going to use any of those off to the side. And then it's actually missing one in a spot. You know what? That's fine. So I'm going to take, there's 3 standoffs. Technically don't need to really take these out. Actually, I think I'm leaving them because that will leave exposed metal, and you know, that increases a chance of a short, where you know we got finished metal here and then we've got finished, so it's fine. I'm gonna go ahead and go with it then. It's not a big deal to leave them, and they don't look anyway. So we got all the rest of them lining up. This one's got one of those pegged ones where you can set it in there. It makes it real nice. Looks like Juicy J is trying to help out Nemesis. Okay, yeah. If you guys got any other opinions of what might be going wrong with Nemesis's PC, you know, feel free. That's what this whole interaction is about. We're hanging out. We're enthusiasts of PC building. You know, give them some pointers. Juicy J says, badass build. Yeah, this will be pretty solid. The only, I guess, bummer thing that we just discovered is there's no RGB control on the CPU fan. So I'm going to have to come back in there and do something about that. But we won't deliver it to the client that way. We'll figure something out. We will figure it out. But for now, we're going to build and get it mostly done. Full overhead here so we can see what's going on. So I'm just grabbing a screw from this nice little handy dandy case that they gave me. Screw, 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 screw. More screws, more screws. These are going to be the ones I can't see too easily. I spin it sideways so I can see. One up here in the top left, right by the CPU EPS power. And there should be 1 or 2 left. Just, yeah, 1 left. Right here by the RAM. Double check on everything. There's technically a spot for another one right here, but there isn't a standoff in that location, or there isn't even an installable hole. Look, so we've got all that we can do. Got extra zip ties. I'm gonna steal these. You ever get a PC built by me and your accessory thing comes with zip ties? They're now my zip ties. I do the building, so. It's one thing I'll steal from a build, if anything, I'll admit to that. But I mean, most of the time I'll probably use them to, you know, get the cables, you know, cable managed. So I definitely usually don't come on top on that. All right, I'm gonna flip this around. Got the motherboard installed. Doing good as far as time-wise goes. We did all that in like 35 minutes. All right, grabbing another power supply. Ta-da! Oh, look, another Thermaltake 650 watt. Like I said earlier, if you guys are joining in late, and if this is your first stream of mine that you're attending, you know, thanks for being here. Also, get subscribed to the channel if you're not. I do this on the regular. This is the second stream of the month, actually. But yeah, and so we introduced a lot of the parts earlier. We've got 3 of the same power supplies that are all going into all these builds. So I'm gonna spare the introduction of this part because we've already done it. And I know I got extra zip ties in here. Profiting zip ties. Yeah. More zip ties. Put that back in there, that in there. Extra cables because it's a semi-modular power supply. And get the power supply out of here. Silica packet, get that out of the way. Make sure dogs don't eat that. Yep, we got a black PC now, Blind Tech. What specs just came in? So the specs are Ryzen 5 5600X, B450 motherboard, 16 gigs, DDR3, 3600 RAM. What else? And we'll have in this one a RTX 3060 Ti, as well as a, as I was talking about earlier, a 650 watt power supply in the Sama Q5A RGB case. One thing here to keep in mind out here for you in Blind Tech, since I know, Jonathan, I know you do a lot of PC building, which I discovered. I'm trying to find the part. And a tip for anybody else. This cooler, fine cooler, it'll cool things down. That's the ID Cooling Blitz X4. Does not have a RGB control, and that was a gotcha for me. I wasn't aware of that. So, like I said earlier, we'll probably have to swap the cooler out, and I'll have to go with something different because actually the tower does light up too. I don't know if my clients for these two PCs are gonna think that's okay. I can check with them, but it's just something that it's an unfortunate, this is like a $20 part, and it's just either an oversight on my part or they don't advertise it well enough. But I'm gonna make sure my clients have all full RGB control of everything that runs RGB in these machines. Yeah, a little bit of an oof for me. OJuicyJ says, think it'll do 1440p. Very mild, I would say, level 1440p. The aim for, I guess that kind of depends on the title, because you can run older titles at 1440p and they run just fine. But some of the more demanding games like new Call of Duty, Black Ops 6, Fortnite, although Fortnite's been around a while, it is actually relatively demanding on a system, especially at 1440p. I wouldn't really advise 1440p for these systems on those harder to run titles. The aim for this was these are beginner level, entry level PCs for 1080p gaming. But yeah, it should do well in some areas, especially if you have titles that can take advantage of DLSS and the frame generation stuff that helps improve performance without really doing anything hardware wise. So these will definitely slap in 1080p though. I guarantee that we'll be getting very high frame rates in 1080p games. So yeah, it's not super budget to the point of immediately needing upgrades in the future. I mean, it's got a 5000 series Ryzen in it, so they're pretty slick. All right, just getting this cable bundle undone. Let's see. Blytech says I can buy a single pack for $6 as well as non-addressable. Yeah. Yep, somehow the non-addressable thing slipped through without my detection. Kind of bummed about that, but gonna make sure these PCs are right. Like I said, I got a micro center that I can make an emergency run to if I need to. So right now, just reviewing what power cables I need. We'll need SATA power for RGB control because there's a controller on this. We don't have anything else that's needed for SATA power. And then we'll need PCIe for the graphics card, which I think this one is this is the RTX 3060 Ti that's going to go into this one is a 8 plus 4, I believe. Let me double check that. Just off camera checking this graphics card real quick, guys. Is there a picture? Ah, yes. Oh, it's an 8 plus 6. Okay. Beefy power for this one needed. So I'm going to see if we have an extra... I don't like daisy chaining. It's okay if it's a lower powered card, but ideally want to deliver the most clean power. I'm sure I can even work with these folks and be like, hey, I'll deliver the PC to you now. We can swap out the CPU another time. That's my bad. And work with them that way. All right, so we're just getting all the power cables set up to go in. There's the 2 PCIe power. And then we need the SATA. Let's do these 3 bottom connections here. Beautiful. So that's what we're working on right there. Everything's all good. Before we get the power supply installed, I forgot to run the auxiliary case cables. Actually, I'll just run the HDMI up out of the way, and then we'll install the power supply. There we go. All right. Fan down. Oh, we did pull the little sticker, even though it really isn't necessary. You never see it, but what the heck. That's going in. We've got cables, zip ties, and screws here for the power supply that the power supply came with. Get those out. Power supply going in. Lock it down. Stream froze. My stream froze? Oh. I'm frozen right now? Just checking with you guys. Can you hear me? See me? I don't have any drop frames right now. Everything's looking good on my part. Maybe you guys can give me a thumbs up in the chat or not. I'm really wondering if that's my streaming PC that's just doing that. It's so odd. It's definitely, I think for the most part, it's been pretty good today. Yeah, let me know if you guys are seeing any anomalies right now. Can you guys hear me? Make sure my mic's still powered on. Make sure the receiver is still going. Double check that. Oh, that fell down and over actually. Yep, that's still powered. We good. Stream is back on. When I close and open your stream, like it didn't buffer. It's like auto, like no audio and frozen video, and it has a pause button on my screen instead of weird. Yeah, let me do a cross check. I'm gonna put it on my TV in the living room, see what's going on. One sec. So my stream froze. I'm just making sure it's running. Pretty soon. Looks like it's good. Yeah. All right. Yeah. I don't know what happened before. You guys are picking me up from my living room, by the way. Okay. Yeah, I think I'm gonna, I mean, as far as the stream health, you know, YouTube gives you gives you a readout if they're encountering any anomalies. And you can also see it in OBS. Everything looks good on my part. I don't know if it's my internet connection, which I have a gig at home, but that doesn't necessarily mean you won't run into weird stuff every now and then. And we've been going for 3 hours, so I don't know. I don't know. Definitely think I want to make some improvements to my streaming PC though. Actually get like a Elgato card on it instead of a cheapo streaming USB thing. Stronger CPU, stronger GPU, all that stuff. All right, so we're just running the, oh man, is that gonna fit? Yeah, this will have to do that way. Yeah, trying to get this USB 3.0. That's not the way I want it, but it won't look bad. Just getting the case connections all set up and ready. Okay, and then front panel. Where's the front panel? There it is. All right, and then we'll go overhead to show you what I'm doing. Okey-doke. Overhead. Okay. So I think I'll go for this USB 3.0 first. Okay, that's in. And then we've got HD audio. Label is facing upward this time. Let's see if that's true for the motherboard. Last time the label was facing downward. Yeah, I think this one also. Maybe it's just the Gigabyte motherboards. How they pin them out. Could have sworn though I've done that before on a Gigabyte motherboard. Whatever. And then USB 2.0 into your legacy USB front panel connection. Did I get that in there right? There it goes. That's on good. And then the actual front panel. So what we're connecting up, this is what you kind of, I guess, more historically have seen. So we've got the individual doodads here. So we got power LED plus, power LED minus. Those will go on the first top left, and then hard drive LED right underneath that. So I typically like to try to group these up and plug them in down here at the front panel connections. Really hard to capture this on camera, as I was stating earlier when we were talking about it. And then the power switch one, like I said, top two, always top two. I've never seen it otherwise, and I've been building PCs long time. Top two, next top two pinouts down here at the bottom left, or bottom right of the motherboard. There we go. All right, those are in. Stand it back up. And we'll go that scene, I think. Blind Tech says, I'll be back. I'm gonna check on paint. And I'm going to my GPU shred. Oh, nice, man. Cool. Thanks for still being here and multitasking with me. And shove that back through. We're coming to a close here on this one. Getting pretty close. No cable extensions for these. This will look pretty good though, just because like with the other one, it would have been black cables on a white build, so that would have looked kind of funky. This will look plenty fine. And these cables are pretty good quality looking too. So we're gonna just get the rest of the cables in here. We're plugging in the 24-pin motherboard connection. Ow, poked me. And PCIe, let's check where we need to come up with that. We're gonna hold off on that until we get the graphics card in. SATA power, that just needs to go on this controller. I think I got this the right way. Hopefully, nope, I don't think it goes that way. Yeah. All right, so on the RGB controller, we can kind of tuck away some cables. Need the PCIe, or I'm sorry, CPU EPS power. So try to not get it all tangled up on everything else. Send that up through the top right in the back of the case. Ooh, this is gonna be fun connecting this one. Not as bad as the other one would have been, but this will be tight. It will be tight. And hopefully I don't cut myself again on this sharp cooler metal. This is very difficult for you guys to see. I think with the next one, I'm going to make sure I get this. Well, this isn't too bad. This is doable. Just have to line it all up. This tower cooler is definitely in the way. All right, lined up. I gotta lock it down. There we go. Cool. All right, pull that back through. Like I said, cable management will be done off stream. Just got too many PCs to build, not enough time. All right, last bit, guys. GPU. So for this one, because we were trying to maximize price to performance, we said that, you know, there was going to be some used hardware substitutions. Whew. Oh, Nemesis says unplugged everything except the power cables in the front panel. Same result. Yikes, man. I'm starting to think you might have a bad motherboard. Possibly, do you have another power supply you can try? Probably not another motherboard for sure, I'd imagine. That's not sounding good. Sorry to hear about that. But I know PC pains when we have them. What type of motherboard is it? And power supply, just curious. And while he writes back on that. So for, like I said, I was mentioning we had to get some used parts to maximize performance. This one in particular build, the client did not want to go with a non-NVIDIA GPU, which it is what it is. But as we all know, it comes with the NVIDIA tax. So NVIDIA is just much more expensive to their counterparts in AMD. I have nothing against using an AMD card. It's a really great budget option to maximize performance. So like with a 3060 Ti, we might have been able to go with, say, what, like a 6700 XT, possibly somewhere in that round, or a 7600 XT. Yeah, so you can get more with your money, and we all know that. And if you guys are not new to the channel, then you know absolutely that, you know, the more you can get with your money is usually the AMD route. AMD and AMD. All right, so this is used. It came in a nice box, all the original packaging basically. I did buy it from eBay. I'm trying to remember what we spent. I think 160, 170, maybe 180, under $200, which is nice. And let me get the down camera going. So that was really nice. Like I said, all original packaging, very nice. The card did come with a bit of dirtiness to it, so I had to clean it up. Tiny bits of corrosion found on the heatsink inside, but really it was just dusty, and tiny bits of corrosion I found on the bracket here. So this was probably more than likely used for crypto mining, if I were to guess. Anytime you see corrosion on metal, on graphics cards in particular, I am going to guarantee to say, or very, very confidently say, that it was mined on. But perfectly, I mean, aside from that, you know, I cleaned it up. It basically looks brand new at this point. Just a tip for you guys too: if you ever have corrosion, get some vinegar from your grocery store, let it soak in vinegar. I made a video on this quite a while back, like 4 or 5 years ago, and you know, it's like you know, it's kind of hard to really remake that kind of content, but Get some vinegar, let it soak in like a bucket or like maybe a piece of Tupperware that you don't necessarily want to really reuse, because what you're doing is the vinegar breaks down the rust and the corrosion and the oxidation that happened on the metals. And I wouldn't necessarily, want to put food in something like that again. So if you happen to use a piece of, I just use like an old Tupperware bowl and dipped the metal pieces into that and removed. It's not 100% perfect, but it is, I would say, like 95% there. So the great thing is, like, none of that is really going to be visible anyway. I mean, again, like, point it out to me if you can see anything wrong with this card at this point, other than it needed a lot of power. But I did tear this card down completely, cleaned it, like took it completely apart, repasted it. It's nice and fresh. Nemesis X says, B450 Prime. I also have a B550, but didn't want to risk anything. Yeah, I'm more inclined to think that, what's the power supply on that? The fact that you're seeing a light, though, I don't know if you have, in your power supply, they come with those jumpers. You could always try to see if everything powers on. As far as the power supply goes, like, does it kick on? What I'm referring to is, let's see if I got one here. Those power supplies didn't come with one, which sometimes they do, sometimes they don't. Here it is. Most power supplies do come with it, but what I'm talking about is one of these guys. Oop, try to get it on the camera correctly. So this, you just plug into the 24 pin, and once you hit the power switch on the power supply, it'll kick the power on. So if you got one of these, do this first. Test to make sure the power supply kicks on. If it does, I'm leaning on you having a motherboard problem. So if you got that spare motherboard, maybe you can kind of piece things together outside of the case. But yeah, like I said, man, I think you're running into, unfortunately, having to do a lot of teardown to fix your problems. Just recaffeinating. Okie doke. Another tight thumb screw. So we're gonna get this GPU in and basically call this build a day. Other than the fact, the little things I gotta address with it later. Not a huge deal, in my opinion. We'll get it figured out. Oh, I'm pulling PCIe brackets off like I know which ones I need. So this one I'm gonna need on the case 2 and 3. I was starting to undo the screw for the top one. Didn't need to do that. Now these are breakaway, so that's the only thing that stinks about this. But what we run into here is the best. It's really hard to capture this, but basically push on it from the rear, start pushing on it, and you'll see that they start to kind of fold down. And then I get my other hand in here and just kind of wiggle it, and then it comes out. So these are generally seen in more budget cases. Nothing wrong with that. I mean, we're putting a GPU in its place, so, but it's slightly weaker metal back here. So there's the other one that came out. All right, now we got room for a GPU. Let's get that guy going. Slot this in place. Pull back that cover. Okay. And give it a good firm push. 3, 2, 1. GPU in. We need some screws to hold it down, which I think we'll have in this box. Yep. A couple exterior case screws. Same thing that you put in a power supply. So we'll grab a couple of these. Push up on the graphics card a little bit. Send this screw on through and zip it down tight. Yeah, we're definitely gonna use the cutout for the power right here for the PCIe cables. This is a big card. And we'll do the same for this one. Oh, the cover thumb screw fell off. That's all right. Slide that back. just zip that back on in the back. Don't need to have that super tight, so I just did that hand tight. All right, let's get the PCIe cables through. This is gonna be tight. What's the best way to run them? Trying to untangle them from the other stuff out back here. Spin it around here so we can see what I'm doing. So I'm just trying to get the ends of this through. Probably I'm gonna fold those back, so I'll send it through like this. Oh boy, this is gonna be tough. I'm gonna have to do one at a time. Come on through. Just trying to shove the PCIe power cables through the designated little slot for them. It's kind of, well, that'll work fine. It's kind of tight and tough to get them through there. And then we'll go with the other one. Got one through. Wasn't too bad. I think I gotta flip the cable around. There we go. Just kind of follow the other one. Building by feel right now. Ugh. Come on. Almost. Don't drop it. Almost. A little further. Shoot. Oh, come on. Yeah, I got it. Oh, the pigtail cable's binding up. Come on, let me get the screwdriver in there and pull it out. There we go. That's what I was dealing with. These cables right here. All right, so like I said, it is, I didn't need that one pigtail, that got cut up, that's funny. 8 plus 6, so this GPU likes to suck down power. So although an older model card to the 4060 that we just put in, this is a TI version. I mean, this card actually will outperform the 4060. I think actually pretty significantly. But it's not brand new like the other one, and it's not color matching and all that. So there were some things that we had to meet requirements on with the other build. And plugging in the 6-pin. So 8 plus 6-pin going in that graphics card. I'm going to pull that extra cabling down and away. Get it out of the way. Beautiful. Okay. Basically, it's built in, we'll call it just under an hour. Again, if I was hard focused on just doing it and getting it done, that would be a different story in terms of the build duration. But I wouldn't be hanging out and having fun with you guys. All right. Yeah, Nemesis, I'm glad I was at least able to point you somewhere and help you out. Hopefully it's nothing and you get it figured out, but yeah, I'm feeling like it might be that motherboard. Hopefully it doesn't require you tearing down too much to figure it out. That always stinks when you have to basically rebuild a PC just for that fact. Let's get this cable punched through the back side so it looks clean. And barking dog, shush. Okay, this one is done. Let's get a good angle. There we go. Get our motherboard monitor out for post test number 2. This is the first time. Actually, no, I did a stream one time where I built 2 PCs. 3, haven't done 3. So you guys are experiencing it in the live with me. All right, power for our monitor. Looks like the stream's still performing okay. Yeah, I had that could have been my internet connection maybe. Kids are playing games and streaming on things too, so my network connection is being taxed no matter what. So I don't know. We'll turn the smart fan option on so that way it doesn't collect more dust than it needs to. Alrighty, power plugged in on the PC. PC power now on. Monitor on. Let's go. 3, 2, 1. RGBs going. Looks like that fan just cycles through something. I don't know. The CPU cooler fan is what I'm referring to. Give us post. Post. Come on. Memory training. Come on. I got everything plugged in, right? Nope. Man, I'm bad with this. Forgot to plug in the HDMI cable to the motherboard. I don't know if we might have to go through another post test, or if it's gonna... Some graphics cards and or builds, motherboards need that. Yeah. Let me restart here. Power off on the back. Power on the back. Oh, it just flipped on. Well, let's see here. Post test. There it goes. Yeah. Cool. We're all set here. I'm not gonna get, I'm not gonna get my keyboard in here to do, go into the, what the heck, let's do it. It's just right here. Let's just do it, just to make sure. So we've got the TPM reset thing going on. We'll just say yes. There we go. Give it a full reboot. I guess while it's doing that, we'll play with the LEDs. Ooh, let's see if I can. So now we've got RGB control thing going on with the RAM, which with the T-Force RAM, I found if you download Armory Crate, that's the best thing for it, or that's the most compatible. It seems like the T-Force memory is a little finicky on what it likes to use as far as RGB control, but it just uses the Asus stuff. Armory Crate. Trying to get on like a cycle of like rainbow look or whatever. Come on. Man, there's like a million options here. All right, getting tired of it. All right, we'll just leave it at that, whatever. So obviously we've got a bit of wildness to our RGB control. The cooler, again, if it doesn't bother you guys, I mean, the cooler is going to perform fine. What are we at as far as temperature? Oh, it wanted it. That's interesting. It should have just gone into BIOS, but it's like insert boot media. So it's like, dude, there isn't any boot media. I haven't installed anything. Let me just hit the power switch one more time. I was just gonna give it a quick look at temperatures and stuff. We'll just hit the delete key to get in there quickly. Smash your delete to get in your BIOS. There we go. So we're sitting on, it's coming down. 39 on the CPU. Oh, it just moved away. Where's like the, I don't want advanced. Just want the basic. Here's the basic. It's like F2, I think. Yeah, there we go. F2. Yeah, there we go. Yeah. CPU temperature, 32 degrees. Got another system temperature readout. That's, I think, on the motherboard. But, yeah, temperatures look good. 16 gigs of RAM, all detected. XMPs disabled, enable that later. Everything is looking good as far as function. So, PC2, done. All right, so I'm gonna flip this off and we're gonna get right into the next one. I'm gonna take another just quick small break and be right back with you guys. Just in that time, I'm gonna get all the stuff up here for the next build. So see you in just a minute.
Jingle bells ringing in my ear. Jingle bell, a sound that's oh so snowman is all around town. Watch out for reindeers are falling down. We stay up waiting for Santa tonight. He climbs down the chimney at the speed of light, while we're dancing around the Christmas tree, hugging and kissing just you and me. Carolers are singing outside our door, lovely songs we all heard before, as they walk from house to house to wish us all a Merry Christmas Day. Oh, a Merry Christmas Day. We're chasing snowflakes as they're falling down, and follow Rudolph all across the town. Later we meet under the mistletoe, while Santa's busy saying ho ho ho. We're feeling jolly, eating Christmas cake, and then we go skating on the frozen lake, saying hi to every friendly face, and later we warm up by the fireplace. Carolers are singing outside our door, lovely songs we all heard before, as they walk from house to house to wish us all a Merry Christmas Day. Merry Christmas Day. A Merry Christmas Day. Oh, yeah. Carolers are singing outside our door, lovely songs we all heard before, as they walk from house to house to wish us all a Merry Christmas Day. Yeah, a Merry Christmas Day. Dancing around the Christmas tree, wishing all a Merry Christmas. Dancing around the Christmas tree, wishing all a Merry Christmas. Dancing around the Christmas tree, wishing all a Merry Christmas Day. Jingle bells ringing in my ear, jingle bell, a sound that's oh so dear. Frosty the snowman is all around town. Watch out for reindeers are falling down. We stay up waiting for Santa tonight. He climbs down the chimney at the speed of light, while we're dancing around the Christmas tree, hugging and kissing just you and me. Carolers are singing outside our door, lovely songs we all heard before, as they walk from house to house to wish us all a Merry Christmas.
Okie dokie. Third and final build. Let's go. All right, so like I mentioned earlier, when we had all the parts out in front of us, we've got two 700-ish. The other one was a little bit more. Wanted a little more GPU, had a little more budge money for getting a NVIDIA GPU. Like I mentioned, you know, we're gonna run into the NVIDIA tax. So if you want NVIDIA GPU, always expect to pay more. So that one was about $750. This one comes in around like $680 to $700. after everything. So some areas you'll see where we save some money and we're able to get good performing parts, but most of this stuff is exactly the same. So without further ado, let's just jump right into it. First part being, hey look, another Gigabyte motherboard. Yeah, the third one. This one did end up being able to find brand new fresh off of Amazon. I think I bought it off Amazon. It was either Amazon or Newegg, but same exact motherboard. The other motherboard I'm pretty sure was like basically of brand new condition anyway, but here we go. Obviously some indicators of some brand newness. The motherboard box is nicely put together, things aren't scattered around, etc. IO shield. There we go. Oh, this got that big old connectors. Big old bunny ear Wi-Fi connectors. And let's get this on the board. On the table. Moving right along. See how fast we can get this one going. And I think what I'm going to do too is I'm going to spare myself installing the cooler that I now realizing I probably don't want to go with. So we'll go ahead and just get the AMD stock cooler installed until we get the cooler situation settled. So yeah, not going to reinstall that one, just to basically take it back off like either later today or tomorrow. So here we go, looking brand new and fresh, very much so. Love it. Fresh B450 motherboard. Oh, I'm gonna put that bag back in there. You know what I just realized too is I bought that motherboard. Oh wait, the other one I think it said it was 5,000 ready. Yeah, I think it was. Let me double check. I'm curious. Yeah, it does. I didn't even think that it could have been. It looked like it was a brand new motherboard, but it could have been an older version B450 that would have needed a BIOS flash. So glad we were 5,000 ready and I didn't even check. All right, CPU for the next component going in, just like the other one because it's exactly the same. The Ryzen 5600X. This time we're going to use this cooler just because, like I mentioned. So Ryzen 5600X in the clamshell, ready to go in. We'll get this off and out of the way. All right, and let's go down on the closer overhead so we can get some good glimpse of that. Get this guy out of the clamshell. There we go. Open the retention arm. This is probably the easiest CPU installation like ever. Like, love the AM4 motherboards. Now, the thing is too though, with these CPUs is sticky thermal paste can rip them out of sockets. So I've got a short, that's my best performing short of all time that talks about that. So it can happen. So golly, that is tight. Wow, that's probably the tightest I've ever seen those. But because we're doing the stock AMD cooler, we have to take this off. Would have had to anyway if we were going to use the other cooler that we're not going to use, basically. I think my idea here is I'm going to run to Micro Center tomorrow. I'll be out doing some extra little Christmas shopping anyway, but I'm going to do that. I'm going to have to get out early because I got to deliver these PCs tomorrow too, so I'm really under the gun. As if I didn't need more stress. Okay, so let's get this cooler on here. This is going to go real quick. These coolers are dead simple to install, and they kind of have everything set up for you for the installation. Ooh, sorry about that. And what I mean by that is pre-installed thermal paste. This is the sticky stuff, though, that you have to be careful of. The stuff that they put on these definitely does get pretty sticky. Now, this is a pretty mediocre cooler, though. So this is why I wanted to go, especially with the 5600X. This should do okay, but you definitely will run much warmer temperatures on this if you don't have something more like this. So if you want to save some bucks, you can definitely do that. I mean, we're talking like $20, so I think it's worth it to invest into a slightly better air cooler at minimum. And we're just lining up the screws here. Screw holes. Come on. There we go. I haven't installed one of these coolers in a long time. It's been a minute. All right, just kind of hold it with your hand a little bit. Get these spring-loaded screws going. A few turns on each of them. get it good and snug. All right, now I think I'm gonna go ham on it a little bit more. All right. And they just go till they stop, really. I don't think I actually have this one started down here. Yep, this is what happens when you get one side going too much. There we go, I got it. All right, that. And last one. So like I mentioned, temporary cooler. We'll swap out. We'll make this happen. All right, and this cable, I generally do like to just kind of do something like that, but we'll figure it out. Let's see. You can usually shove them underneath the little shroud right here. Something like that. Like I said, this is temporary, so I'm not really caring too much to make that beautiful. All right, next part, RAM. The same old T-Force Delta, 16 gigs, 3600, going in. Opening slots 2 and 4 like we did with the other two builds, like we always do if you just have 2 sticks of RAM. Nothing ever different from that. Click, click. Next one, going in. T-Force facing the correct orientation. Click, click. Make sure those click in. All right, moving quick. And for our SSD, again, like I said, these builds are very similar. 1 terabyte, MP33 from Team Group. My go-to budget stuff. All right, and get that guy out of there. Get our stick of gum out. We got to get the little tiny screw off the M.2 slot. Get our stick of gum in there. Only goes one way. Generally, the notched end is on the bottom, unless it's being installed basically upside down. So, you know, a little piece of pro tip for you if help you remember. Try to get the screw on my screwdriver. There we go. Zip that down. There we go. All right, moving right along. Board is prepped and ready to go into the case, so let's do it. Let's do it. Get this stuff out of the way. Literally can't even like walk in my studio right now. There's so much stuff. But my dog is hell-bent on trying to be in here to see what I'm doing. Right? You just got to see what I'm doing. She's looking at me like, yep. All right, get this back panel off. Undo the front one. Front side panel glass one too, because I know those are on there pretty tight. Get the back panel off first. All right, back panel out. Spin this guy around. Oh, let's get the front panel. Almost forgot. Front side panel. There we go, glass off. I always just put these back in the PC cases that it comes in as a safekeeping spot. That way, children, dogs, anybody walking through, whatever, don't smack into it, or you don't even smack into it. Keeps it nice and safe. Just undoing the screws back here that are holding in our hardware that we know is already there from the previous build because it's the same exact PC case. I didn't change things up much. The funny thing too is how I stumbled on this. Like, I had already mapped out a $700 build for one of my clients, and then another one days later, a week later or something like that, said, hey, I'd like to do like a $700-ish build. I'm like, great, I just put one together. I know kind of what everything's gonna cost. We just need to make some small alterations. But yeah, I can hook you up with that pretty quick. Okie doke. IO shield. As you guys can tell, I'm kind of speeding through this now. That we already seen this once. Plus, you know, we've been going how long now? Like 4 hours. Yep, right way. Okay. Just got fan cable in the way. Don't cut yourself on these darn things. It can easily happen. Okay, let's lay the PC case on down so we can see what we're doing. Get that out of the way. Down it goes. Don't think I need my knife for anything else. I'll just close and get out of the way so I, again, don't cut myself like I did before. All right, easy drop in here. Grab it by the CPU cooler, line everything up with the backside IO shield, and then the standoffs. Get this motherboard box out of the way. Okie doke. Grab our handy dandy accessory case of screws and stuff. Whoop. Screws flying, screws flying. Start getting this guy going. All right. You guys noticed I've literally been putting these computers together with only one tool. One tool. Well, I guess you can count my knife as a tool to open things, but just a screwdriver. So if anybody ever tells you, oh my gosh, or if you ever thought to yourself, oh my gosh, I don't know if I can take on doing a PC build. Yes, you can. It's adult Legos. They're not bad. It only requires generally one tool. Now, I guess I will have, eventually, once I do the cable management, I'll have some cable snips to cut the zip ties once I get that all nice. But, like, literally, it almost requires, it definitely requires nothing as far as special tools are required. But, yeah, you can put together a PC pretty easily with very minimal tools. Some content creators have, you know, fancy screwdrivers and stuff, like motorized ones, ratcheting ones from like LTT or whatever. Sure, okay, but still, it's a screwdriver nonetheless. Just making sure these screws are down there pretty well and good. I think I got one or two left. Just one, actually. Where is it? It's up here by the RAM. Just trying to see if I can get it without spinning around, but here we are. All right. And zip ties. I'm gonna take those out, put it in my bundle of zip ties that I already have. Okay. Double check, got all the screws in there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I think 6 generally for just a MATX motherboard. So looking good. Let's turn it up on its side, or normal. Let's run the HD audio cable through the back. All right, that's in place good. USB, yep, going through. 8, we got USB 3 and the front panel connections. through right there as well. Cool. While we're at it, let's just go ahead and plug them in. I'm going to turn the case back over again. Kind of seen that twice already. USB 2.0 right there. USB 3.0. That's right there. And front panel. We'll get this ripping and rolling. Ah, come on. So I'll twist it up. Parity plus minus. Oh, that's why. There we go. Not even sure if this case has a power LED. I guess it does since it's... Maybe. I don't know. And then hard drive. Make sure that's the hard drive LED. Yep. All right, let's plug in these groups first. Ah. Almost got it all in one. Almost. There. Oh, no. There we go. And then power switch. And then pull these cables back a little bit. Tidy them up. Cool. All right. Wait a minute, is he still on the first PC? Oh, I knew you'd show up and say something like that. No, we're on the third one, sir. Moving quickly now. But thanks for stopping back in. Ran into a couple issues. Not big ones. The first PC, only the AIO has, the AIO and the case fans only had a RGB for control. I didn't really want to use motherboard control because motherboard RGB just sucks. Like I don't like it, especially Gigabyte RGB Fusion or whatever. So I had a little mini controller, but the only thing with that one is like can't use the reset switch to control the LED. So I'm gonna have to buy one that has like the one that splits off a reset switch, and then we'll be good. The next issue, that was the only issue with that one. It booted right up, no problem. Next issue with the one we just built, didn't realize when I bought the CPU cooler that I bought one that has a fixed RGB. So no RGB control in the cooler. Luckily for me, I have Micro Center in the area. Oops, caps. Oh, I'm on my PC. All right. And so I'll probably replace the coolers for these machines. But this is the only problem with these machines is just stupid fixed RGB. Like, I don't even know why companies do that. But I elected to not install it in this one, knowing that we're going to replace them. We just saw the function of the other one in the previous one, so. But, yep, that's it. All right, so getting our power supply out for the third one, and looky, it's the same one. Like I said, I bought 3 of the same ones with a particular reason and purpose. More zip ties for me. Power supply screws. And power cable, we'll put that back in. We know exactly what we need in terms of the extras that we got to plug into the semi-modular power supply. Let's get it out of the wrapping. We'll go this, that there, and then I guess I can just close this, get out of the way. Blind Tech says I'm painting my RTX 360 white. Yeah, post some pictures of it, man, or video or whatever. I'm interested to see it. How did you prep it? Did you do any sanding or just cleaned it up with like alcohol and then just painted it away? Like, curious how your prep work that went into that. All right, let's see. We need PCIe. Now this one, graphics card that we're going to be using, and this one does not require extra more than 8-pin power for the the graphics card. So we're only going to plug in just one cable. And then the only other thing we need is auxiliary SATA power. This is all Molex. I didn't realize with the other two that. Let's see, that is extra PCIe. Don't need that. This is Molex again. Man, who has that many Molex connections? Honestly. There we go. There's your SATA, and then our 12 VH power that we don't need. So cool thing with this power supply, NetGuy jumping in, the newest version of the Thermaltake BM3 650 watt. There we go. Tip it on its side there. Tiered C power supply comes with a 12 VH power cable. Only a 300 watt one. Like these will go up to 600 watts, I think. But so like you could plug in a lower power one that requires that power connection, like I think like a 4070 Ti, something like that. But it was a discovery I made while building the first one. So oh, that's cool. We have it if we need it, but we don't need it. All right, let's get the power supply prepped up, the extra connections that we need. So SATA right here, that's going in, and then just a PCIe. Put that in. Cool. Power supply is going to go in. I guess we'll peel the peely since we did it with the other two. These things are always so hard to get. Peel the peely. Haha. All right, that one too. The easiest one yet. So power supply going in. There we go. Get this thing zipped up out back. I'm in full speed mode now. There we go. Definitely appreciate you guys that have been here since the start. We've been in stream for, let's see the exact amount of time. 3 hours, 52 minutes. So, not bad. But definitely appreciate you guys being here. Screw. So are you delivering these Christmas Eve? Yeah, I'm sending them out tomorrow, but I got to get the cooler scenario fixed. I also need to get, like I said, I want to have reset control on the other one for RGB with a button. The RGB is working. It's just one of those independent switches that would be tucked away inside like the back of the case. I mean, I want him to even be able to push a button, you know, and control it. So I don't know if Micro Center sells that kind of stuff. I'm gonna look, and if they do, perfect. If they don't, I might have to. That client in particular is a friend of mine, so I'm sure they will be okay working with me on waiting for that part to come in to fix that, and I'll just drive up to their house one day and fix it. But he'll have control. He'll just have to pull the back panel off in the temporary time that it'll be before I get the part in. So I'm wagering on Micro Center having what I need. I know they'll have the coolers, so that's no big deal. I'm just hoping that maybe they'll also have the switch. That's kind of a pretty particular part, though. If I were to wager, Micro Center doesn't have something like that. I don't know. They do have a lot of stuff, though, so who knows? Let's go back to that scene so you guys see what I'm doing. I'm pretty sure I still need to run the PCIe through that one slot, so I'm going to do it while the GPU is not there. Kind of made the mistake of doing that with the GPU in on the other one. So this is going to make this run a lot easier to do. There we go. And the dreaded, but sometimes forgotten, EPS power. Dreaded, not so dreaded. Sometimes forgotten, yeah. I've known of people to forget it sometimes. All right. I just tuck that in there. These will be pretty easy to cable manage, so once I got it good and squared away, like I probably will only need like 20 to 30 minutes because most of this is just kind of tuck away and forget, which is cool. I mean, I pretty much just did it already, but I'll make it look nice. Like people are paying me for these builds, so I want to make sure that, you know, they have a good product. All right, everything is in other than GPU. Let's get it prepped and ready for that. This one also, same motherboard, so we just need to punch back the two temporary, or well, whatever you want to call these, punch away PCIe covers that don't screw down. Just happens with a budget build. But GPU, let's talk about it real quick. Overhead. So this is another used part that actually came from a build that I did before. So this came from a friend that lives actually in my neighborhood too. So I built his PC on stream actually a year and a half ago, maybe a little longer. They were targeting a budget build. This is a 6600 XT, but an area for us to save some money, but also get a good card. It really was in pretty good condition. I just needed to clean it up just a little bit. Didn't need to open it. Did test it just to make sure. He wanted an upgrade, so I basically traded him a core for this card, what its current market value was. So I think around $180 or so. And then he paid me the difference. So we've got this card on hand, and it was an immediate, I got it. He just came to my house and we did the swap on his PC for his parts. And then I said, okay, here we go. So this was really convenient for that, but a very good card, very good looking card too. No RGB, but very good looking Radeon 6600 XT, and will be perfect for 1080p with this 5600 Ryzen in it, and yeah, maybe some very light 1440p gaming. So I was pretty happy about getting this guy. All right, let's slot her in. Everything's nice and lined up. Give it a good shove. And it goes. Where'd those two screw? Oh wait, no, I needed to get those. Forgot they were punch out PCIe. So I need a couple more screws to secure this card down. There we go. Get that started. I'm gonna push the card up just a little bit, get it nice and evenly mounted in. And then do the same with the next screw. Actually, I take that back. Oops. Yeah, this thing's getting in my way. Let's always do the bottom one on your GPU first. I didn't do that. So that'll help kind of get it all nice and lined up. And it'll help support it too. So I'm pinching and pushing up on the I/O backplate. Pinch, push up, get it nice and secured. That way it's zipped into place exactly where it needs to be. And then the top screw is just basically there for extra mounting strength. Get our little cover. Oh wait, that went in like this. There we go. See guys, it's just adult Legos. Heck, it could be kid Legos. Like, I know kids can do this. This isn't complicated stuff. PC building is not nearly as complicated as it used to be. Not anywhere near it. Okay. Moment of truth once again. So everything, oh, almost forgot something. Get our PCIe power plugged in. There we go. Now moment of truth once again. Get out our monitor. This thing's getting good use today. Shove that over a little bit just to make sure that's on. There we go. do have to go back and install Windows on all these machines, get the proper drivers updated, blah, 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 all that stuff. I can run that a couple times at once, though, which is the nice thing. Be like corporate imaging center in my house. All right, plugging in power in the back. I need power for my monitor. That going. Would be kind of cool to have them all powered up at once, but I'm a little worried with powering up that many PCs and dropping power in my studio. So we will refrain from doing that. We've already seen the other two power up and working. Power switch on, the back of the power supply. And here we go. 3, 2, 1, moment of truth for the last PC of the day. Aha. Let me scoot that over. There we go. We've got power. Do we got post? I am plugged in this time. Post, 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 post. I think I saw something. Did I just see something? No, maybe not. There we go. What the heck? We were plugging in keyboard on all the rest of these, so let's reset the TPM and get a BIOS screen. Okay, we'll hit yes there. Mash or delete button. So how many streams have you guys seen where someone builds more, not one, not two, but 3 or more PCs during the stream? My setting a record here. That's good. Go to the F2 screen for easy readouts. All right, CPU is at 41, coming down. Like I said, that cooler is okay, like it's temporary, but yeah, it's coming down now. That was just booting up. Now it's sitting at 37 degrees, so temperatures look good. We've got 16 gigs of RAM detected. Everything is looking good. Just needs an OS among the other two also needing OSs. But what a marathon, guys. And let's see, 3 PCs done in 4 hours and 2 minutes. Some little things to button up, but overall, everything is working just fine. The coolers, I'm not worried about. The RGB controller, slightly, but I'll figure that out for sure. I'm gonna leave the one that's in there now, at least so you can click in and control things. But aside from that, those are very, very, very minor issues, and we built 3 PCs today, and they're all gonna be Christmas gifts, if you guys can't tell by the theme of what's going on today. All Christmas gifts to my clients that are awaiting them, and yeah, I'm really happy to get it to them. And +3 for the PC Master Race, so. Just take a quick second if you guys got any questions or comments in the chat. Gonna just get a sip of water here before we close out. Thanks, Net Guy, for coming back in stream too. I know you were busy and you send me off right, and looks like we made it to the finish line. Just a-okay. Nemesis, I hope you get your issues resolved. Feel free to email me too if you need any more questions. My contact info is on my YouTube channel in the I think about section. So if you're still struggling, man, I'd love to help you out. So keep me posted. I'm not sure if you're still here in stream or not. Blind Tech, Jonathan, thank you for sticking out I think you were here the entire time. So definitely one of my OG stream goers. Thank you, man. You're here like every single time. So really appreciate you. Merry Christmas to everybody. We're just about there, so I probably won't have any more content that I'm putting out the rest of the year. I'm going to start fresh in January. I'm definitely going to try to be a little more consistent. I know I've kind of been inconsistent lately. Definitely more streams. Gonna really try to amp things up in 2025. So thanks everybody for tuning in to the stream. Yeah, I gotta just basically clean up and button up these PCs and get them off to their owners. So thanks for tuning to this one, guys. I appreciate you, and I will see you in the next one. Merry Christmas, guys. Happy holidays.